week. $25 a week, Madam Speaker, which is $100 a month, which is approximately 25% or less than the value of the house that they receive. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, he discredited the size of the house. Well, for those that have roofs over their head, you can laugh and you can discredit and you can make fun of the sizes of the houses. But what he does not understand or refuses to acknowledge is that these houses were designed so that they can grow into any size that the recipient wants once their economic status rises. They should be ashamed, Madam Speaker, of ridiculing people that would never have been able to afford a house over their heads. Why? Because they have what the recipients don't have. That, Madam Speaker, I believe is distasteful, to put it lightly. Then the member from Mesop insulted the entire government's position when it pertains to social justice. But how can you do that when the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister mentioned that 20,000 people have received house lots and 10,000 more are coming? How is that even possible, Madam Speaker, to even conceive of that statement when the facts don't lie? When the Minister of Education has allowed us to assist people in education that has never been seen before. Thank you, Minister. I now can proudly say that the residents of the Valley of Peace will now be able to go to high school free of cost. Thank you, Minister, because now comprehensive in Belmopan students can go to school free of cost, and that also is beneficial to Kaya South because a large portion of our students go to Compre. Thank you. Mopan High School is receiving the same and more to come. How can you even say that this government does not stand for social justice? How can you even mention it when the government, in its wisdom, has decided to increase the budget for the Ministry of Health when we are building hospitals for people that did not have an opportunity to go to a hospital? I even listen to the news and I hear private entrepreneurs criticizing the man CAT scan machine. Yeah. The same private entrepreneurs that own CAT scan machines. So I can imagine why they are not happy. But our position as government is to be able to provide the services that the people need. But we have some call it philosophical challenges, some call it cultural challenges. It is the fight between the haves and the have-nots. It has always been that fight. We come from, I would say, privileged background, Madam Speaker. I can say that. But we represent people that don't have those opportunities, and that is a sacred responsibility given to us as area representatives to look after the ones that cannot look after themselves. The haves, Madam Speaker, and God bless them, have it all. They have access to all. They have access to money, they have access to attorneys, they have access to contacts, they have political connections. They are fine if it's blue or if it's red. The have-nots have absolutely no opportunity if government does not step in to defend them. That is our role, Madam Speaker. And then they come speaking of the Right Honorable George Cadle Price as if he's something that they can put in their mouths. when that government fought the Right Honorable George Price all the way up to independence, and they refused to be a part of our independent country. Stop being hypocrites. And they acknowledged him only when he died. They're like, all the way. When somebody dead, they're the greatest. But when they're alive, nobody cares. So that is the level of hypocrisy that we are dealing with. Welcome, Honorable Member from College. We missed you. And I can go on with that social justice because it applies to me as a representative of villages. In this country, people do not give the same respect to villagers as they give to the urban citizens. And that is a fight that I have fought from the day I was elected. The villagers of this country deserve an equal, if not maybe larger, proportion of the budget because of the size of the population, one. Two, because the villagers are the ones that produce and feed us. And so a lot of us on this side, Madam Speaker, quietly, some not quietly, defend that social justice program. And I am proud of this government for doing so. But it is a fight. The haves never give up. They are like chameleons. They change from red and they become blue when blue is in government. And then when the red comes back, they become red again. They never lose. But they should not be influencing us to stop assisting the people that need the most help. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to mention those few concerns that I have. And I'm so happy that the member from Collett is here now. At least I have somebody to make eye contact with. How was your flight, sir? Did you come in first class? I know I saw you in the evening. I can understand why you know I'm the wrong demand, but that's fine. Madam Speaker, will you allow me to review my notes and refer to my notes? And the man there, 20,000 lots. Can he give it out? 20,000 lots. Madam Speaker, properly designed infrastructure facilities facilitates economies of scale, reduces cost of trade. It is the foundation for efficient production and consumption of goods and services. It is vital ingredient to economic growth and development, which is key to raising living standards and the quality of life of citizens, residents, and visitors of our beautiful Belize. So infrastructure, Madam Speaker, is one of the pillars that drives an economy. Again, the member from MESOP mentioned that there was the government, he said, has no record of transparency and accountability. But let me remind them, Madam Speaker, that when the leader of the opposition's father was the Prime Minister of this country, he purposely did not assign a contractor general. A contractor general was not there for years. Why? So that all their contracts could be approved without the necessary oversight. That's hypocrisy. That's being a liar. That's being a perpetual liar. That means that you have not the foundation or the backbone to be a true leader if you have to come to this house and lie blatantly when the truth is registered here, Madam Speaker, because everything we say here is recorded. Except the last time when they erased the one where I met. So remember my brother? I have to remind my brother because it is the truth and we have to get away from that. So, what do we do at the Ministry of Infrastructure that drives the economy? Well, right now, Madam Speaker, we have on our contractors list approximately 190 contractors that receive work from us. throughout the entire country. We have approximately 200 suppliers that do business with us throughout the entire country. That is approximately 300 companies that do business with MIDH that has thousands and thousands and thousands of employees that take home a salary that feed their families, that allows them to educate their children. We follow a strict procurement procedure, Madam Speaker. For the large contracts, those procurement procedures are established by the international financial institutions like CDB, IDB, World Bank, Kuwait Fund, OPEC Fund, I can go on, the Taiwanese Fund, the Korean Fund. These are strict procurement procedures that dictate who can, to start with, bid, and what is required of them. Then, once that evaluation process is done, Madam Speaker, we seek the approval of the Ministry of Finance, who has their own cadre of professionals that review it. And then, Madam Speaker, it goes to the Contractor General, who might have, and sometimes does have, questions and doubts that we have to clarify. Only then, and after then, Madam Speaker, if the contract is above $5 million, we dutifully and legally come to the House of Representatives to be able to place those contracts on the table. Madam Speaker, do you remember when the UDP was in government that we had to take them to court because it was approximate $1.8 billion that they refused to bring to the House of Representatives? And only after we pressured them in court was the practice started once again. Madam Speaker, talking about Integrity Commission, you remember, Madam Speaker, when the Honorable Dean Barrow at the time decided that nobody would file their Integrity Commission, and he said, let's start from 2016 to now, so that they could wipe off all the irregularities that they were doing up to that point. And then you are make them make those members on the other side tell us about transparency, accountability, and integrity. I promise, I know me get back, Madam Speaker, but when they come with that level of lies and arrogance, it brings it out. It boils, your blood boils. Because it has to be known, the people have to know the truth. Our mission, Madam Speaker, at MIDH is to develop and rehabilitate our infrastructure projects so that they can be clean, so that they can be green, so that they can be inclusive, so that they can be resilient, and so they can be safe. We need to consider the ongoing fight against climate change, whether it is through mitigation strategies or adaptation measures. And at the same time, consider the needs of the most vulnerable users. Why am I saying vulnerable users? Well, we can build the most beautiful roads. They can be climate resilient. We can go out there and make sure that the shoulders are clean so that it is safe. We can put on the guardrails, Madam Speaker. But we also need the help of the citizens to be able to be responsible in how they use their infrastructure. Remember, this budget that is given to the ministry is not for us, it is for the people of Belize, and we have to do it to the best of our ability so that it can last long, but also the people that use it need to love it, appreciate it, and care for it. Madam Speaker, the budget of MIDH is not for a single year. It flows. There are projects that last 5 years, so 5 budgets. There are projects that 2-3 years. So there is overlap. So I'll just list some of the main projects that we are currently working on. The first one, Philip Golson Highway and the Remate project. It It is an upgrading project of the existing highway from mile 24.5 to the Santa Elena border on the Philip Golson Highway. The contract is for 91 million Belize dollars. It is 99% completed, Madam Speaker, and the estimated inauguration date will be May 2024. Number 2, upgrading of the San Esteban Road, Orange Walk District, Banquitas Bridge to San Esteban Village. Contract value 10.2 million Belize dollars, 85% completed, estimated inauguration date August 2024. Number 3, upgrading of the Bullet Tree Road, Joseph Andrews Drive in San Ignacio to Bullet Tree Village. Contract value $3.9 million, 90% completed, estimated inauguration May 2024. Number 4, Corozal to Sarteneja upgrading project, which is from the Corozal town to Sarteneja village. Contract value $102 million, 70% completed, estimated inauguration October 2024. Caracol Road upgrading project phase 2, Pinol line to the Caracol archaeological site. Contract value $50 million, 30% completed, estimated inauguration date December 2025. Halova Bridge replacement project, Madam Speaker, contract value $31 million, 95% completed, estimated inauguration May 2024. Halova Bridge replacement project amendment, Madam Speaker, which is the removal of the Halova Bridge steel trusses superstructure and be able to fix it, paint it, put it back to its original state. That contract is for $4.5 million, 10% completed, estimated inauguration December 2024. Number 8, the Joe Taylor Bridge in PG Town, Madam Speaker. This is a bridge that they have been clamoring for this for years. Contract value $2.3 million, Madam Speaker, 25% completed, estimated inauguration February 2025. J&W Bridge in Belmopan City, Madam Speaker, contract value $750,000, 55% completed, estimated inauguration December 2024. The infamous roundabout by the Benny's Apartments, Madam Speaker, Philip Golson Highway, contract value $2.4 million. Thank the Lord, 100% completed. Inauguration will be in April. The St. Matthew's Government Primary School replacement building damaged by fire to accommodate 8 classrooms in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, contract value $650,000, 70% completed, inauguration June 2024, ready so that when class resumes for the new year, they will be in fresh and new classrooms. Thank you, Minister Fonseca. And that one is, as you're aware, Madam Speaker, a little bit close to my heart. It is one of our villages in Kaya South. Expansion and rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway from mile 8 to 24.5. This is the last section to complete the Philip Golson Highway. Contract value $48 million. We are presently procuring consultants, Madam Speaker, and if everything goes as planned, it will be completed in April 2027 to be inaugurated by a PUP government, Madam Speaker. George Price Highway Upgrading Project Section 6. San Ignacio Town to San Jose Socots. Contract value $13.2 million, Madam Speaker, 20% completed, estimated inauguration September 2025. Banana Bank Farmers Express Road to the Valley of Peace, contract value $3.3 million, Madam Speaker, 70% completed, inauguration expected to be June 2024. That one is also close to my heart, Madam Speaker, in the center of Kaya South. Hawksworth Bridge repairs and retrofitting project, Madam Speaker, which the members from the San Ignacio, Santa Elena constituencies would appreciate. Contract value $1.3 million. It is in the procurement stage, estimated inauguration November of this year. Then, Madam Speaker, we assisted the Attorney General's Ministry by refurbishing and restoring the old Treasury building in Belize City to accommodate the High Court. It was done internally by MIDH and some local contractors. The same was done for the Charles Hyde building, Madam Speaker, as was mentioned yesterday by the member from Freetown. And, Madam Speaker, we have the yearly administration and maintenance of the Civic Auditorium and the Eleanor Hall building that is under our watch. And as everybody is aware, it is the cleanest auditorium that the country has, because we make sure that every chair is cleaned, every toilet is kept properly, all the AC is functioning. It is an environment that we are proud of because of the maintenance. Maintenance, Madam Speaker, is important. Huh? But we could clean it. Then, Madam Speaker, we have the maintenance of farm roads, rural roads, and secondary roads, which is basically grading, spot checking, and routine maintenance. This is the one that we get calls to our ministry on a daily basis. 3,000 miles of roads in the country, Madam Speaker. It is nearly impossible for us to do all, but we do our best. In the Corozal district for this year, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 25 miles of secondary roads and 102 miles of farm roads. In the Orange Walk district, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 40 miles of secondary roads and 168 miles of farm roads. In the Belize district, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 82 miles of secondary roads and 30 miles of farm roads. In the Kaya district, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 42 secondary roads and 18 miles of farm roads. In the Stang Creek district, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 115 miles of secondary roads and 30 miles of farm roads. And in the Toledo district, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 90 miles of secondary roads and 10 miles of farm roads. We work with the area representatives, we work with the elected chairmen, we work with the elected mayors at times, Madam Speaker. We work with the Constituency Development Fund, we work with the other ministries that can work with us. The Ministry of Tourism with BTB has joined us in many projects when it falls within something that deals with tourism, Madam Speaker. We work along with the Ministry of Natural Resources to be able to access land so we can build homes, Madam Speaker. We work with local government so that they can put the budget that they have to be able to assist them in the rural communities, Madam Speaker. We work with the municipalities, even though it is not our mandate, to assist them when they need help. Let's get to the municipal projects now, Madam Speaker, which was a mandate given to us to be able to go in and assist our brothers and sisters in the urban areas. We budgeted and we have been working in most of the towns. San Ignacio and Santa Elena, Madam Speaker, we budgeted and we are working on a budget of $3.9 million. And this is ongoing projects. So in San Ignacio, Santa Elena towns, you will see paved Galvez Street, Guadalupe Street, 3rd Street, 4th Street, Armando Sabido Drive, 18th Street, Collins Boulevard, Constellation Boulevard, Tulip joined with Guerra Street, Street number 2, Maya Vista area, New Haven Street, Hillview to Santa Cruz Street, Santa Cruz Main Street, in the San Ignacio Santa Elena municipality. In Benqueviejo town, Madam Speaker, we estimated $4.9 million of paved streets. And in Benqueviejo, some of them have already been completed. Bayman Street, completed. Burns Street, ongoing. Cemetery Street, ongoing. Elizabeth Street, completed. Kennedy Street, completed. Lomas del Rodeo Street, ongoing. Maya Street, ongoing. Moihong Road, ongoing. Pablo Guerra Mena Street, ongoing. Riverside Street joining Cemetery Street, completed. St. John Paul II Boulevard, ongoing. St. Joseph Street, ongoing. Victoria Street, completed. And Wyatt Street, completed, Madam Speaker, in the Benqueviejo municipality. In Punta Gorda Town, Madam Speaker, a budget was provided to us of $3.2 million. And we are paving streets in that municipality. Charles Westby Street, Far West Street, Mahogany Street, Orange Walk Street, Prince Street, Sunflower Street, and the Joe Taylor Bridge. There is more work for Punta Gorda, as I understand, Madam Speaker. The Minister from Tourism has informed the Mayor and others that there is some work that will be done on the front street with some cultural activities and other things, Madam Speaker. So Punta Gorda Town will be getting its fair share of the budget. Anna Marina. Corozal Town, Madam Speaker, a budget of $2.5 million. Belmopan Street, Susuk Street, Olga Marin, San Andres, Philip Golson Highway, G Street, Potsal Street, and 7th Avenue, Madam Speaker. All of those in the Corozal municipality have been completed. And we can't leave out the Bass Town, Orange Walk Town, Madam Speaker. But you never get the biggest budget. You only get $2.5 million. And he provided the budget, so it was what was done. I cut you. I don't want me cut your boss. The finance cut you. He writes the check to himself, so that's the way. Orange Walk Town, Baker Street, Main Street, San Jose Street, San Felipe Street, San Pablo Street, Santa Familia Street, Douglas Street, and Tangerine Street. Now, if you go to Orange Walk Town, you will see much more streets than the ones I have indicated here. It's because they got a mayor with a real mayor, hard-working mayor in Orange Walk Town that I joke about it, but it's the truth. He has shown the engineers at the ministry how to manually pave streets with a bucket. And he came and he gave practical instructions. I think he learned it from the member from Orange Walk East. You taught him, Honorable Bernard? Kudos. Dangriga, a budget of $3.56 million. All of the streets that we were commissioned to do have been completed. Trucking Boulevard, South Rivers Side, Gumagarugu. I say it correct? Gumagarugu. Beautiful name. Sabals Community Road, Olgalde Street, Isla Road, Castillo Alley Bluefield, Hope Creek, and Sarawi, which is outside of the town. All of them completed. Belize City, a budget of close to $5 million was done. Green Street, and there's another name for Green Street, it's called Delcia Golf Street. Now, that street was not taken to all the way to paving because that street is a difficult one. The honorable member from Freetown has spent numerous thousands of dollars over and over to maintain that street. But the problem with that street, it falls within an area that has about 50 to 60 foot of peat, and therefore it is very difficult to stabilize that street. And we will continue, Honorable Fonseca, but that street is a really difficult one. It gives us the same problem that we have on the Philip Golson Highway where we did the roundabout. It is a critical subsoil that we will have to address, but we commit to the member that we will continue working on that street. Then you have Guadalupe Street, Dunn Street, St. Peter's Street, Landiver Street, St. James Street, Peter Seco Street, which are ongoing. And then we have the ones that are completed. LaCroix Boulevard, Complex Avenue, Niels Pen Road. That, in my opinion, more work needs to be put in the south side of Belize City because it is our way of giving respect to the people of the south side of Belize. It is the same respect that I believe should be given to the rural communities. These are people that need help. But sometimes psychological assistance is at times more valuable. So what does infrastructure do? It raises the way that they feel. It helps the value of their properties. So if you had a house in our area that don't have no drain and no street, and now the government invests in infrastructure, automatically, Madam Speaker, the value of those homes and those houses increase. Therefore, you're giving power to the people. And that is the mission of the People's United Party, and that is the foundation of our social justice stance. And then, Madam Speaker, those are the projects that we are doing. Now, Madam Speaker, these are the projects that we plan to do with, hopefully, the approval of this budget. I don't see much opposition to it, so I think it will be approved. This year, we will once again focus on the needs of the rural constituencies that drastically need our assistance. In the past 3 years, we have already established the groundwork in the rural constituencies and our main road network. This year, we will continue to do so with everything we have at our disposal. It has been a Herculean effort to be able to address the needs of the residents of the entire country and trying to bring back our road network to an acceptable level after so many years of neglect. Madam Speaker, if you would only have been present when we took over this ministry, then you would understand what I mean by neglect. The honorable member from Toledo West, I remember from we were elected in 2012, was clamoring for one culvert from the Prime Minister for years, and he was ridiculed and ridiculed and ridiculed and ridiculed. Ask him how many culverts he has been able to put in. He can't even mention it because it's thousands. Ask him how many bridges we have fixed for the constituency. Ask him how many roads we have put to villages that didn't have any road. And like human beings, we're not going to know a road, we rail up. We put in a road and they say, but we need it paved. We understand. We understand, Madam Speaker. We all have this desire for better. But we work within what we are provided and we do the best that we can. So, Madam Speaker, the first project that we have been working on, which has not been approved for this fiscal, but we have done work for it, is the George Price Highway upgrading project from Belize City to Belmopan. That project, Madam Speaker, is broken up into 5 lots. Swing Bridge being the first lot, Belcan Bridge being the second lot, Belize City to Hattieville being the third lot, Hattieville to La Democracia being the 4th lot, and the Democracia to Belmopan being the 5th lot. I can proudly say, Madam Speaker, that the ministry has already done the design. We have already completed the construction documents. We have already done the technical specifications. We have already gone through the procurement procedure process of hiring the consultant, Madam Speaker. And we are in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance seeking financing from various institutions. Swing Bridge is presently being looked at by the government of Japan. Hopefully, very shortly, they will be able to give us a green light, and that one will be done on the basis of a grant. Belcan Bridge has not received financing as yet, but there are financiers out there that are interested. CDB has shown interest in one of the lots, and I believe they're extremely close to be able to give us the green light that it will be approved. The Kuwaiti Fund and the OPEC Fund has contacted us that they are interested in one of the lots, Madam Speaker, and we are awaiting their board to make a final decision. And the Ministry of Finance, along with the Taiwanese government and other sources, are looking at the options for the 5th lot, Madam Speaker. So we are hopeful. It is a critical project to be done. It is the last, one of the last, I would call it, main arteries of the country that needs urgent attention. The Belcan, for example, we have spoken about this already. Structurally, it is at the point of being unsafe. the most traffic highway is the George Price Highway between Belmopan and Belize City, and the people that drive it at night can realize how dangerous it is. The ones that drive on the day has seen that the pavement is coming in so close that that's why we are experiencing more accidents. The longer we wait, the more expensive it will be. And so that's why I lobby for that project, because I believe it's important. North and Burgess Road has been put as part of our budget, Madam Speaker. This year's budget will allow the feasibility studies to commence and the planning stage to commence. It won't give us the ability to do more in a year. And then the budget, Madam Speaker, will allow us to pave the road from Dangriga to Commerce Bight. Where is my brother? Brother Zabane. The budget given is not to complete the project in its entirety. The budget given is to start the project. Because of it being a long project, we can budget per year. But with the lobbying capabilities of the Honorable Dr. Zabane, I would nearly can say that it will happen. Paving of the San Esteban to Progreso Road portion. A mile has already been contracted out, and we are proposing to put in 2 miles more. I don't see the member here from Corozal Southeast, but he has been lobbying for this for quite some time. It is a continuation of the project that we started going to San Esteban. And then, the paving of the Guinea Grass, Tower Hill to Guinea Grass. That is a long road. That is a sad road. That is a road that the Honorable Mai has been after us for years. That he lobbies, and we finally convinced the Ministry of Finance that a portion of the budget should be allocated to that. So congratulations, Honorable Mai. And then we have the Orange Walk Road project, which is the rehabilitation of the main roadway through Orange Walk Town. The Philip Golson Highway project did not include the portion that is directly in front of Orange Walk Town, and now we have decided that it is also a vital artery that needs to be addressed. So that will be done this budget. Trial Farm Road, where is my brother from the north? Improvement to main roads within Trial Farm Village, inclusive of portions to be paved. 6, and this is something that we will eventually join up with the Ministry of Tourism. It is the Placencia Peninsula Street Project. This will be the start of a road safety project on the Peninsula, inclusive of pedestrian walkways, bicycle paths, along with proper signage and shoulder enhancements. The Ministry will be putting in a portion of that budget, and I have negotiations and meetings with the Ministry of Tourism to see if BTB can help us to continue it. This Placencia is now becoming one of the main destinations for tourism in Belize. The local residents also enjoy of this, but we are having a problem in Placencia where the vehicles are very close to the residents and the tourists that are on bicycles and walking, and it is a disaster that can happen that we are trying to avoid. So I know this, Madam Speaker, because when I became the Minister of Infrastructure, the first thing we did was on the Roaring Creek, Kamalote. In fact, the whole Cayo South area, when the road was done, there was no budget given to pedestrian walkways and bicycle paths, and we did it. And when you drive the Roaring Creek village right now, or Kamalote, in the morning especially, and in the evening when children are going to school back and forth, you see how the use of the pedestrian walkways and bicycle paths enhance safety, Madam Speaker. And I think that is critical, and the people and the residents of Placencia and the tourism industry, I believe, will appreciate this effort. And then, Madam Speaker, we have from Orange Walk to Chan Pine Ridge. Say it again. Substantial work has already commenced, but additional budget has been allocated so that the work continues. Paving. And in all honesty, Minister Bernard, the member from Orange Walk East, Madam Speaker, has been working tirelessly in his division, using the Community Development Fund, using whatever access he has, whatever contacts he has, and he has been trying to do as much as he can in his rural area. Then, number 8, Madam Speaker, repurposing of sections of the Halover Bridge to connect Santa Familia to the Twin Tongues. That is something that is critical for the Cayo district. And this is the first time we will be repurposing the bridge from Halover. That's why we are taking down the bridge and refurbishing it, because a section of that bridge will go to the Santa Familia, San Ignacio crossing. And the member from Cayo North would understand how important that is for those communities. Because he also helps Bullet Tree and all those areas, those residences in that area. Then we have the rehabilitations of sections of the Southern Highway from Stann Creek Valley Junction going south all the way to the Placencia roundabout. This is the other main artery that has not been touched for years, I think about 20 years. That main road was done, and it has never been addressed. We are starting to see potholes, especially around the Silkgrass area. And so we have made a decision that we will start now. We will not be able to do the entire Southern Highway, but we will start where it is more critical. But the road that was done it was one of the best built roads at its time. And so the substructure is still very, very resistant. And it doesn't take a lot to be able to bring that back to the climate resilient standards that the ministry requires. And if we don't do it now, Madam Speaker, it will cost us 5-10 times more down the road. And again, the South is now becoming I would say an attraction for the country. The last virgin area of our country, and people want to go. Scarlet Macaw, Red Bank, Placencia, Hopkins, all the work that the Honorable is doing in the South, we have to give the South attention. So that is a project that I believe is important. And then we have my brother from Rural North, paving of the Lucky Strike to Masca. We last round we gave a portion of Crooked Tree, and we have a piece left to be done in Crooked Tree. And so the decision was, do we finish that or we do another area? And so we are balancing it. He has a large constituency, and if he only concentrates on one area, he abandons the rest. So we're working with the member to be able to alleviate the pain. And so we have decided that the Lucky Strike to Mascot, but that does not mean that we will not go back to complete the Crooked Tree Road. This, Madam Speaker, in conjunction with all the other general maintenance of our highways, bridges, village streets, installation of culverts, excavation of much needed drains throughout the entire country, sugar roads, rural roads, secondary roads, opening of new farm roads so that the farmers can have better access to and from their farms. We are also assisting as best as we can with opening streets for new public housing developments in various constituencies. People have complained and said, you build one house, yonder so. And then you have to push one street to reach the house yonder so. That is wrong. That is not supposed to be. But they don't understand the concept behind it. If we build a road to reach the house at the end, then you will have hundreds of lots that will have access to that road, which then again raises the value of each lot before they reach that house, and those people then will be able to go to the bank to get a loan to build their house and create their families and have their homes. That is the concept. That is social justice, where government utilizes the budget to invest in the people, and that allows this government to drive the economy. Because the more you have people employed, the more you have people that feel safe, the more that you have productive people, the more they spend, the more money trickles down, the more the country moves forward. Madam Speaker, Our road maintenance unit, which was established under our tenure at the ministry, will continue to maintain our roads safe and clean. We do request from everyone that traffic our highways that they please do not continue the practice of throwing garbage out of buses and vehicles. Every time we do bush hugging of the shoulders on our highways, we have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a yearly basis to collect and dispose of garbage. It is unhealthy, Madam Speaker. It is unsightly, Madam Speaker. And it is downright nasty, Madam Speaker. We can do better than this, Belize. And I would like to say thank you to the various groups throughout the entire country that take out of their personal time to assist in the picking up of the garbage. I noticed there was some young people during the Ruta Maya that were cleaning the beaches, that all the garbage was left behind, Madam Speaker. I would also like to thank BTB for assisting the country with a PR campaign about cleanliness. The unit will continue to patch holes where necessary, replace guardrails where necessary, paint pedestrian crossings where necessary, install lights where necessary, install warning signs, and make sure that all the accessories needed for a proper highway be installed for the safety of the end users. We not stop work, Madam Speaker. We work 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The guys work all up to Friday, and sometimes, not sometimes now, it's becoming common that they go into the municipalities and other areas to help the area reps with equipment, and then the area reps in return pay the salaries. Sometimes they put the fuel. We work as a team. So our people are working 365 days, and the phone is all night. We get messages from the south, from the west, from the north of things that people want done. And we are not offended. We want more of it. Tell us where the problems lie. Criticize us if you want. We will take it as positive because it alerts us to be able to address the issues that are out there. But again, Madam Speaker, I would like to plead to all drivers that they stop drinking and driving. How many accidents are we having because of the alcohol? Stop texting and driving. I am saying this to myself. Stop texting and driving. My wife, I think my head, they hurt me away, beat me on my head so much when I drive with her. Stop the text, stop, answer the phone, pay your mind to the road, watch where you drive, you don't hurt yourself, you don't hurt somebody. It is becoming natural for us to break the law. It is becoming selfish of us to only think of us. This morning I was driving, coming from home, and in front of my village roaring creek, dog mash up, one sheep look beat up, and it's between speed bumps, you know. It's just it's mad. So I am at fault. We are at fault. And we have to acknowledge that. And we have to look out for our brethren and our sisterins, Belizeans. We need to stop drinking and driving, stop texting and driving, stop throwing dirt out of the vehicles. How many times you're there behind one bus where you see one whole crocus bag, I exaggerate, but one whole bag of garbage. We have this custom that we go buy the juice and we go buy the soft drink and we buy the chips. We put it in the plastic bag where we get it from the shop, we tie it, and we throw it out the window. Make somebody else worry about it. We have to stop it. This is a beautiful country that we live in. Right or wrong, Honorable Member from Collett, it's a beautiful country we live in. And we have to stop the politics about it. We have to work together as a team. We have to look out for our Belizean brothers and sisters. And we have to take care of what is ours. People call it jewel. We know it's a jewel. But yet, we don't want to shine the jewel. We don't want to take care of the jewel. We crack it, we drop it, we throw it away. No ghost fool you. Others, the haves from outside, they know your jewel worth. And they come in silently, some not silently, and it will be that they will own everything that we have if we do not take care of what we have, love it, cherish it. That's why I like where the bedroom they do. My apologies, I shouldn't have said bedroom. The member from Lekai, where they give out 30,000 lots to Belizeans, to give them power, piece of land in the jewel. Madam Speaker, I will now shift to the second portfolio that we have, which is housing. Madam Speaker, I would like to personally invite you. I know you're busy, but I want to invite you to go with me when we hand up some of their house to people that need it. Madam Speaker, you have to experience that. It is, you could see it on TV, you could hear about it, you could even think about it, but if you are not there experiencing when those people receive their house, Madam Speaker, you will never know the feeling that we have at MIDH when we can hand over the keys to one of these people. I will get into trouble now. I will get into trouble now. But now with you, Madam Speaker, me, I never got trouble. I will get into trouble with the Ministry of Finance.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you don't worry. I believe, and I am so happy that the member from Queen Square believes that we have not, and I know I said this, I want to say it, but I never want to say it, but I have to say it. Yeah, hurt my heart to say it. Yeah, hurt my heart. But I agree with him, because the only thing positive he said yesterday that he want a little more budget for the housing, right, my brother? So, I tell you because I have to know because I want. But I agree with you. We should lobby the Ministry of Finance that we receive more funds to be able to help the people get shelter over their heads. If we don't do that, Madam Speaker, the haves will be happy that they do not believe that the have-nots should get. Right or wrong? They lobby, make them go to the bank, go borrow the money. But they don't say it when I'm wrong. Because when I'm wrong, I'm telling them, but how they go in a bank, go get the money? They not got no job, they're not single mothers, they struggle, they not got opportunity in life, they're single fathers, some of them are disabled. You are setting them up to fail. So, you know, they come with a briefcase and say, oh, you can go to the bank. Yeah, you could go to the bank. But the people that we help cannot go to the bank. And so it is our job. And many members here believe in it. I am the only one that voices it often. We need more budget for the housing. Huh? The honorable member from Freetown says it's being worked on. I believe him. So if that's the case, I dare you, Minister. But I have to say it anyway. Thank you very much. The minister from Freetown has made my day. He has more information than I do, and I appreciate that. But $5 million out of $1.5 billion is unacceptable. And it's not that I'm saying it here and I haven't said it before. Every single person in this room have heard it. Remember how many times have you heard it from me? In cabinet, out of cabinet, in at the boss ears, out at the boss ears. Every week, every day, we lobby for it. That's my job. My job is to lobby for the people that cannot lobby for themselves. I learned that as the area representative of Cayo South. They put me here to fight for them. The Prime Minister made me a minister to fight for the entire country when it pertains to housing, and that is my job. And I take it seriously. I do it with all my heart, and I will continue lobbying for more budget for housing. But not come here and criticize the size of the house and the amount of the house when the government from the next side never do no house. And I know that you and your Bally Finnegan, oh, I hear you tell Finnegan he can't go to the headquarters. You tell your uncle that he is banned from going to the UDP secretariat. My God, the great Finnegan. My Bally will never build no house. Your uncle and your banner from UDP secretary. My God. Poor Yellow, he banned Yellow for even mention anything. I tell Yellow, $7,000 to make them shut you up for life. Why? So they wrong. I advise the man, because the man call me, I tell her, Yellow, I think there's a chance, yo. I had to put that one in, Madam Speaker. You know, once in a while, you know, I make me buy lively. You know, make sense you come in here, you look sad. I know, but you know, should I sit down closer together, man? Come. Come by here on a whole hand and things, you know? Yeah. Madam Speaker, they made the whole hand before election. That did they pay your first class ticket for going to Belize? Aye, aye, aye. Madam Speaker, housing is the basis of stability and security for an individual or family. The center of our social, emotional, and sometimes economic lives. A home should be a sanctuary, a place to live in peace, security, and dignity. That's not me saying it, Madam Speaker. Those are phrases that I have taken out from the United Nations literature on housing. Adequate housing was recognized as part of the right to an adequate standard of living in Article 25 of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in Article 11.1 of the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This statement make you feel like a statesman, Madam Speaker. Wow. Our government, through MIDH, considers housing as a fundamental human right and a primary aspiration for all Belizeans. Owning of your home. Addressing housing challenges requires government's commitment for us through responsive policies, regulations, and investments that ensure that all Belizeans have access to dignified and safe living spaces that can withstand the effects of natural disasters and contribute to the micro-generational socio-economic stability. Our motto for the modular low-income program is changing lives one house and one family at a time. So I am not ashamed, Madam Speaker, of the amount of houses that we have been able to build up to now. Because every single family that has received a house, we know, this government knows, that those lives are changing for the best. And yes, we have the ability, and we can do more. And yes, we have not been able to get the financing that we require, but that doesn't mean that the government is not trying. I understand the Prime Minister. because he has the entire country to be able to worry about, and it's a balancing act. It maybe is because I have not been lobbying hard enough, and so I will increase the lobbying effort. Madam Speaker, the Housing Execution Unit is responsible for 3 areas of concentration. 1, construction of low-income houses that are built on private land throughout the country. That is the essence of the program. We have gone to, well, I haven't, but our various members of our team has gone internationally to represent us at forums where housing is discussed. And when we explain to them our housing program, they are shocked. Normally, you do housing communities or housing developments, they call. So you give 100 acres of land and you put a lot of house there, and then they take a lot of picture and it's beautiful. But we explained to them that our concept was different. We are going to the villages. We are going to the towns. We are building these houses where the people live, because we believe that we should enhance the existing communities so that they can flourish, so that they can be more economically viable, so that they can take care of their families. It is a concept that is more difficult than the housing in communities. Very much more difficult, because the logistics is harder, the distance is farther, it might cost even a little bit more, you might do less, but you're not destroying existing communities. And at the international level, they're looking at it and say, wow, let's see how this goes. But I think it's a positive one. So that's one of the responsibilities that the Housing Execution Unit does. 2, the planned community of Blackbird Ridge Estate in Boom Village. This is based on that community concept that I just spoke of. But why was Boom identified? We have a problem in Belize City. Belize City is landlocked, and the population is rising. The need is rising. And so we had to find a community that was at a higher land. Well, Belize City got our next problem, it's on swamp. And so the cost of construction becomes even more expensive. So we identified a piece of land that was one of the closest areas to Belize City where we could allocate housing for the Belize City constituencies in conjunction with the village of Boom and the constituency of Belize Rural North. That has been achieved in the first phase, and we will continue to do so to be able to assist the people that has no other option. And so each constituency, we try to give them an opportunity to have their residents get a piece of that. And the third one, Madam Speaker, is the Taiwan-funded housing project development called Highland Estates, located in the Belmopan constituency. This is a collaborative effort between, I say, 4 ministries. One, the Honorable Cordell Hyde had identified an area in the border between Cayo South and Belmopan to be able to provide lots. We knew of this, but it wasn't for this project. Then the Ministry of Finance was trying to find out where we could get some resources. Then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs went out and spoke to our Taiwanese colleagues. Then the President of Taiwan came to Belize, and I was in my lobbying mode. Yes, and I was properly dressed and well attired, and I was at my best at that meeting, and I behaved myself really well. And I pleaded personally to the President of Taiwan. My God, Madam Speaker, I walk out at a meeting and I say, well, you know, regular meeting. The aide of the President touched my elbow. He said, we love that concept. Send the proposal now, because we're not sure how long I want there. And it was magic how the proposal was done before I got on the meeting. We sent it to them. It went all the way to Taiwan. The president said that she personally was interested in this project, just that she didn't want to spread the houses all over. She wanted a centralized area. I went back to the minister. I said, Minister, here you got some lot, Belmopan. Make we do one thing. Have these lots available. We will put in the infrastructure. I will lobby with the Ministry of Public Utilities to get water and light. We will put in the roads and drains, and we will build the house. How will that benefit your project? It's like a spark. Once we start with the infrastructure, then he has, how many lots is it? I don't know, 1,000, right? 1,000? 800 lots now that will come. And we have started at the initial part of that to show people that we are serious and bringing the infrastructure where necessary. That is collaborative effort, Madam Speaker, between 4 ministries. And it worked really well. Up to date, Madam Speaker, we have completed and handed over 391 modular houses. There are presently 125 of these houses under construction, 60 for phase 2 Blackberry, 40 for phase 3 of the Blackberry expansion. 50 of the modular houses will commence construction in the next week under the Taiwan funded project. Right now we are doing the road work, the infrastructure. 75 houses being built presently, Madam Speaker, countrywide will be completed and handed over within the next month. 6 additional projects we are working on, Madam Speaker, that we call special projects. Fire victims. Somebody that we had somebody the other day that was a marital, and I know that a technical word, marital confrontation, if you want to put, where the woman was battered and she had to find somewhere to live because she had nowhere to go with her children. And we found a way, Madam Speaker, and we are doing what we call a special project to accommodate the mother, and we are doing some 5 other houses for people that were under fire. Some of them that for Hurricane Lisa, where the whole house fell down. So those are the special projects. We now have approximately 400 additional approved applications. So people say, I want to apply. Everybody can apply. I would like to tell everybody in the country that fills the specifications for one of the, apply. That doesn't mean that it will be approved right away. It means that if you follow the criteria, which is single parent, low or no income, you have a land in your name or your family's name, or you can get somebody to sign a piece of land that you're allowed to build on it. If you have some kind of disability, you will be considered, and it goes to a board. The board approves the application comes to our ministry, and we put it in a file. When the budget comes in, then we go down the file, and that is how we are able to build these houses. So please apply, because then your name will be on the record, and when the budget comes in, your name will be there. The ministry is also working on document proposal, and this is again in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance and Foreign Affairs, to look for a development housing project called the Qatar Housing Fund. And this negotiation has been ongoing. It seems that it is positive. We had given them a proposal, just like how we gave the Taiwanese government a proposal. I met personally with their representative when they came to Belize. Word back to us is that they are interested, and it's just the bureaucracy that needs to be followed. So I'll follow up with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The same is being done with PAC Housing Fund. We are hoping that we can tap into that to be able to do some of the much needed housing program. So those are the projects that we are working on, Madam Speaker, when it pertains to housing. And Madam Speaker, if you'd allow me, I would like to publicly thank all the employees at MIDH. Men, women, all the employees at MIDH, men, women, engineers, architects, CAD technicians, administrative staff, site supervisors, heavy machine operators, field workers, advisors, maintenance personnel, cooks, security, garbage collection, any and everybody that we hire under MIDH, Madam Speaker, I would like to say thank you for putting in endless hours to better the infrastructure of this country. They are our true heroes, our iron men and women, Madam Speaker. They make us proud every day and inspire us to better our service to the people of Belize, better our quality of work, and better the efficiency in which we take the responsibility we have at hand. I love them all, but I work them hard. The UDPs that are hired under us, the PUPs that are hired under us, the ones that pink, blue, mauve, yellow, green that are hired under us, we treat them the same way fairly. So, we allow them for go and leave Johnny Cake the morning before they work. The lead tacos at 10:30 that's necessary. The rice and beans at midday that we love. And the meat pie maybe at 2 with the orange juice. But the other hours, I expect them to work. And they know that. And we check that they work. And the ones that don't are not fired. They are brought to us and we explain to them why is it important that they work. Why? Because it is the people's money that we are spending. Their salaries are paid by us Belizeans, and we cannot take that lightly. Secondly, we have a lot of work to do. 3,000 odd miles of road and nothing for play with. In the past, we had no equipment. At that time, it wasn't called MIDH, it was called Ministry of Works. We were famous, you know, Madam Speaker, at the Ministry of Works. Them boy could have play feature the best in the country. Because all they used to do. Mechanical department play feature. Road work unit play feature. Everybody play feature. Then boys said that some of them house are Belize City where paint yellow, paint from the MIDH paint. So they say. Equipment was not being used on the roads, it was being used on private property. Go to MIDH right now, Madam Speaker. We have created a campus. We have designed and built a cafeteria for our staff. We have provided bathroom facilities at the level. We have inspired our people. Why? Because they have inspired us back. We now got remote control entrance for security now. We have fenced the compound. We have even given a portion of our compound to the vehicle care unit because we know how important it was. They were going all over the country trying to figure a spot where to put. And we out of our heart said, but we don't really need this section. Use it. The village life, I did tell nobody we live in a city. No, they miss village life. Sweet. It's sweet. The rivers. But most importantly, the respect that the people of Kaya South has given me to be able to stand here to represent them. I do it with all my heart. I do it with positive intentions. And we the jam na Kaya South. I know I list that one car. Nah, a lot. We the jam na Kaya South, Madam Speaker. When I done, not me, cause I am insignificant to this formula. The team in Kaya South, when we finish with our vision, there will be no urban area that can say they are better than us. And we don't want to be better than them either. Our fight is to balance it. So that, and you know why I could say this with pride? Because my brother here, Minister of Agriculture, helps our farmers. My brother there, Minister of Education, has allowed us to get assistance to education and now free high school. My brother over there has been able to allow us to try find land, which we have. Will come for more, no boss? Will come for more. My brother over there assists us in keeping our villages safe. For we boss over there allow us to have the constituency development fund so that we can utilize it to help our people. Every single cent that we get for Kaya South is used for Kaya South plus. But I don't pass the phase of picture all over the place and cut ribbon and smile and teeth and all of this. I don't pass that. We are here to work. One of my UDP, it's hard to say UDP supporter, but I have to say that. UDP family member that supports me. So that on UDP they support me, right? Yeah. He come to me the other day. He said, boss, how I know I vote for Uno? Uno the progress, and I deal with progress. That was something that I took to heart. Because the members of the United Democratic Party, only in Kaya South, by the way, the members of the United Democratic Party in Kaya South, we work well with them. Toledo West too. We could not have won Kaya South by a difference of 3,000 votes. If we not love them and they not love we. It is impossible that you win by that margin, and I ain't come close to 90%, but are they going for it? Are they going for it? We do it with love. I think you should learn that, member from Mesop. Do it with love. Make Finnegan go back to the headquarters. Not sue yellow man, hug the man. Don't do that to your people because in the end it will hurt you. I did do this as an advice, and I shouldn't, but I am. Finnegan and my bally, you know, here, they want to make I come back to the house. You forget that. I never forget that. There is love in Kaya South. It is true love. It is non-political. Yes, we kind of draw the line or leave it. Maybe more than leave it 2 weeks before election. But that's normal. Once that election is finished, we go back. And everybody that works for me know there is no objection. If it's to help, let's help. You know why? This is a philosophy that was instilled to me by some of my family members. I think it's my daughter that said it. That they never forget. You are only a manager of their money and their resources. It's not yours. Manage it well. Make sure you distribute it fairly, and make sure that they benefit from the time that you're there. That's all you're there. Not fool yourself and feel like you're a dangag. And like what the minister says today, everybody and blow smoke up their head and they feel like they're a minister, and they want to throw the red carpet, they want the door open, they want to back their bag. We no depend on that Kaya South. I am only here being your humble servant, sharing the wealth that is provided to Kaya South evenly and fairly and with love. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to say thank you very much. I support this budget.
I'll suspend the proceedings for just a few seconds while the office gets the podium down. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member from Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues on this side of the House, because, as usual, nobody there on the next side. Minister, it's 2024. I think it's time for us to get a little innovative with AI and simulation, because I'm not used to shadow boxing and nobody there on the next side. So at least if we have some AI technology, I could imagine someone on the other side. I was hoping to have the privilege of following the honorable member for Collett, but I guess he went to the back. But it's an even greater honor for me to follow the lion of Kaya South, the member for Kaya South, the Honorable Julius Espat. Madam Speaker, yesterday the leader of the opposition gave his presentation, and I didn't know exactly how to feel about his presentation. I didn't know if I should feel amused by what he was saying, if I should be concerned by what he was saying. But he actually tried to convince himself that he won the election. If you listen to him, and then if you look at his ads, he gone so far as to put ads on TV, this man genuinely feels he won the city council and town council elections. It reminds me, Madam Speaker, of when I buy Bolido. For we Bolido, no Brad's or the Prince Bolido. For we Bolido, the People's United Party Bolido. And then I go buy one number, like 100 piece of 61. I give you a rake today, clerk. But then 67 play. But I still take my ticket and I show up at the Bolido agent the next day and I say, check out for me, I can collect. I win. And the Belize agent looked at me and said, but Minister, you the half? But while I buy 100 pieces of 61 and I'm kind of close, my boy buy 1,000 pieces of 6. Using the Lord's money, not Brian Lord, because he and Yellow Man they fight. The Lord's money, 1,000 pieces of 6. And he's still going to show up the next day, go try to collect with this 6. And I'm sure the Bolido agent will tell him, man, the minister may half, but you the way off a truck. So, Mr. Leader of the opposition, that's right. Try for me next time and stay on track. Madam Speaker, I first want to thank you for the impeccable leadership that you have displayed in this honorable House, with not only your grace, but more importantly, the competence and the elevation that your presence has brought to this assembly. Of course, as we celebrate Women's Month, we know that you and all the women present in the Legislative Assembly play a critical role as points of inspiration for young girls across the nation, and as a reminder of where we can all go together when women are included everywhere decisions are made. I also beg your indulgence, Madam Speaker, to allow me to pay homage to the good people of Caribbean shores, without whom I wouldn't have a place in this House to represent, and by extension, a seat in this cabinet that since our ascension to government has moved this country leaps and bounds in the face of the biodisaster of COVID-19, several natural disasters, and financial peril brought on by the unlucky 13 years of UDP's reckless abandon. We've readied the crew, we've greased the wheels, we've stayed on track. Madam Speaker, in the places where it matters most, the nuts and bolts have been tightened. The IMF concluding statement of the 2024 Article 4 mission states that while we are still facing the residual effects of the pandemic, fiscal strength continues to be fortified with a forward-moving economic outlook. This is reflected most evidently in our unemployment numbers, which have moved from 14% in 2020 to 3.4% in 2023. As noted by the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, even our programmatic and social sector services that directly affect our people are moving from stride to stride. We are putting our money where our mouth is, and we've managed to cut governmental operating costs by 5% in just 3 years. This is money that goes directly into capacity building of what is our greatest asset, our people. Programs like the Upliftment Project within the Ministry of Education that sees our most vulnerable being given the gift of education with a peace of mind. Programs like the land clinics that make available and accessible a piece of our jewel that not only solidifies one's civic and national pride, but opens the door to many economic freedoms. Programs like the Ministry of Infrastructural Development and Housing, which see Belizeans getting homes where they can raise their families, built with the future in mind, and in times like these, built with the climatic change realities in mind. The trust and respect our international and multilateral partners have with us has reached an all-time high, with many points of light to reference, including the Inter-American Development Bank Skills for the Future program that brings the future toward us, equipping Belizeans from every walk of life with the competencies they need to be gainfully employed in a world that requires new thinking, innovations, and technologies every day. Madam Speaker, Plan Belize of the Year of Vision 2020 was a turning point for the collective futures of our Belizean people. It was a clarion call and an urgent mandate to join hands with the people for a safer and better Belize that we can be proud of. In 2024, we can proudly say that this government has turned those visions into reality. Madam Speaker, the vision of our ministry is to build a safe and secure Belize, one that fosters the development of a peaceful and democratic society that maximizes fully on its human, material, and natural resources to ensure social justice, ethnic harmony, citizen security, stability, and overall prosperity. I want to thank the Cabinet for approving an increase in our budget within our ministry that pushes this vision into reality. We have more able public officers both within the ministry and across social protection-oriented ministries with which we partner, who have done stellar work to ensure that Belize is the best place in which to grow and raise a family. I'm sure the Minister of Health and Wellness will agree that health is wealth, and it is something we within the Ministry of Home Affairs take very seriously, especially given the challenging experiences we have had within the Belize Police Department recently as it relates to mental well-being. Just a few weeks ago, we opened a support and wellness center called The Lotus that is particularly tailored for the experiences that our law enforcement officers have each day on the job that can, chip by chip, take a toll on them. Our officers who face unique stressors must always show up and are looked at as those who can help when anyone is in need. We concede that sometimes even our heroes in khaki need a helping hand too. It is something we take seriously and are working arduously to not only provide the resources to officers, but also want to ensure that we begin the journey of ending the stigma against mental health care within and outside our ministry. We also want to ensure the health of all parts of our ministry are taken care of, including infrastructural health. Madam Speaker, we have reached an unprecedented number of police stations and substations for upliftment and renovation. The people of Hopkins Village, San Pedro Colombia Village, Pomona Village, Orange Walk Town, and in urban spaces like Caribbean Shores, and even in my colleague's constituency of Mesopotamia, have gotten much needed facelifts and restorations, making for a more comfortable and welcoming space for citizens to engage with those who protect and serve. And while we keep pushing the boundaries toward a better police department with better police officers, the National Forensics Science Service continues to be buttressed by our commitment to technology and innovation. The NFSS acquired, configured, and implemented an industry-standard laboratory information management system at the Forensics Lab as a significant step forward for digital transformation in line with government's national digital agenda and ISO standards. To ensure a smooth transition of the system, the department conducted change management sensitization sessions on limbs improvements with the justice sector and law enforcement stakeholders countrywide. The scope of the forensics department analysis capabilities has also broadened to include outsourced fiber debris, outsourced general toxicology, and outsourced carbon monoxide testing. We also understand that the work of crime solving requires relationships that expand beyond our borders. We have established client relationships with a new ISO accredited DNA laboratory in firearms, analytical chemistry, toxicology, and exhibit management sections to include barcode-enabled evidence tracking and case file management in compliance with ISO requirements, with staffing getting access to training across the United States and the Caribbean. Belize is well on its way to world-class services, which only improves Belizeans' access to justice. With all this, 2024 to 2025, projections are looking bright, with several exciting initiatives in the pipeline. The proposal of a bill to modernize the National Forensic Science Service Act, Chapter 39(2) of the laws of Belize, including the establishment of an office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and at the same time, propose a bill to repeal the antiquated Coroner's Act. Through the CABE project, the Forensics Department will commence the first phase of establishing a new state-of-the-art forensic laboratory and the country's first forensic morgue in Belmopan. This new facility will allow for timely, adequate, and thorough medical legal investigations for all sudden, unexpected, and suspicious deaths that occur in Belize. As it relates to training, the department will conduct expert interdisciplinary training for the medical officers in the health system and forensic medical examiners on proper management of sexual assault cases, undergo training in ballistic shooting scene reconstruction, procure advanced training for crime scene technicians in bloodstain pattern analysis, and undertake in-depth training for all forensic staff in meeting ISO standards for forensics departments. The department will acquire rapid screening technology and pursue specialized training to conduct advanced forensic technology, toxicology testing in Belize. We will, Madam Speaker, construct an industry standard scenes of crime field office in Dangriga with INL funding. And finally, Madam Speaker, and for one for which I am extremely proud as Minister, the NFSS will purchase a rapid DNA system to enhance forensic investigative capacity of law enforcement by providing timely identification of suspects or missing persons, in addition to the purchase of a new ballistic comparison microscope to enhance capacity for forensics firearms analysis. Madam Speaker, this rapid DNA analysis system is extremely important, not just in homicide cases where there may be blood stains that need to be tested in a very rapid fashion, but also in sexual assault cases where bodily fluids may have been left behind. Many times you know at a crime scene, evidence is left behind, but it takes months because we have to send that evidence abroad for testing, for DNA testing. What this rapid DNA analysis system will now do is allow us to confirm or deny the blood stain or the bodily fluid left behind if it is from that individual who the police may have in custody within that 24-hour period. And so this, Madam Speaker, is extremely groundbreaking. With improved science, there is improved access to justice. And with improved access to justice, there is also a need for improved access to information for public awareness. The Belize Crime Observatory, the #1 source for crime statistics in our country at par excellence levels, has also done its part. The partnership with the Ministry of Human Development's ATIPS Council led to the geospatial mapping of the city of Belmopan, an initiative that is geared at enhancing Belize's surveillance and operational awareness to combat human trafficking through interagency collaboration and coordination, ultimately contributing to a better understanding of the interrelations of transnational crime. Madam Speaker, the BCO also facilitated a consultation on sexual offenses assessment, which will lend to the finalization of an MOU, policies and procedures with public, private, civil society, and academia on the population, use, and access of the Sex Offenders Registry. Madam Speaker, the Belize Police Department has also had its achievements that we must take note of from the last fiscal year. In June of 2023, we saw the passing out of Squad 96, with 223 recruits officially becoming police constables. The passing out ceremony, held at the National Police Training Academy in Belmopan City, marked the culmination of their training and the beginning of their careers in law enforcement. In September 2023, the Belize Police Department enlisted Recruit Squad number 97, comprising 233 recruits, who will be the fresh faces of a forward-thinking, qualified, and community-minded Belize Police Department in April of 2024. Some of whom, Madam Speaker, will be joining the Road Policing Unit, whose work will complement those from across our sister ministry, the Ministry of Defense and Immigration, and whose work will not only focus on traffic offenses that have contributed to the tragic loss of life on Belize's highways and byways, but also in our fight against transnational crime. This unit has already bore fruit and has contributed to the detention of more than 80 irregular migrants and the seizure of several kilos of illicit substances. Speaking of cross-ministry collaboration, Madam Speaker, in January 2024, members of the Belize Police Department, our Defense Force, and Coast Guard underwent comprehensive weapons and ammunition management training. This training was aimed at enhancing their skills and knowledge in the safe and effective handling, storage, and disposal of weapons and ammunition. Graduates of the training program were tested on their knowledge and skills as part of the Weapons Destruction Initiative, a collaborative effort involving the Mines Advisory Group, CARICOM Impacts, and the British High Commission. As part of this initiative, Madam Speaker, over 900 unserviceable weapons were destroyed, taking guns out the hands of dangerous criminals and off the streets, leading to not only a safer Belize, but a safer region. Now, Madam Speaker, we have all grown accustomed to the leader of the opposition style. And yesterday, true to form, and coming as no surprise to anyone, the leader of the opposition attempted to use the bizarre, tragic, and unfortunate sequence of events that took place last week as his usual platform to lay his claim that crime is out of control. But what the leader of the opposition failed to mention, Madam Speaker, that 5 of those very tragic, unfortunate deaths were unexpected and unforeseeable. I once again, Madam Speaker, take the opportunity to share my thoughts, my prayers and condolences with those who lost their loved ones last week. And while, yes, Madam Speaker, last week was an extremely painful one for Belizeans, the leader of the opposition, try as he may, simply cannot escape the numbers. The raw black and white statistics dictate that crime is exponentially worse whenever the United Democratic Party is in power. When they left office in 2020, the average number of murders during their term in office was around 130 per annum. As of December 31st, 2023, the number of murders in Belize decreased to 87 compared to 113 murders in 2022. Madam Speaker, we have moved from the 6th most dangerous country in Latin America in 2020 under the UDP down to 11th in 2022. And now in 2023, I am pleased to report that we have gone even further down that list to 14. So try as he may, Madam Speaker, but the leader cannot dance behind the statistics, as he was saying yesterday. This was a milestone year for Belize, a testament to our improved coordinated efforts across the country and across our ministry with our partners within and outside Belize. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the issue of crime is all of our business. It is a public health scourge that we must continue to fight against. Our position on insight crime metrics is not a badge of honor, but it is a good indicator of us getting on the right track and indeed staying on the right track. We continue to do the work in the nooks and crannies, down to the nitty-gritty that puts justice and peace with a humanistic lens at the root of this ministry's and our government's mission. Our ministry's 5-year strategic plan, which sees the revision of the current national cybersecurity strategy supported by the Organization of American States, the continued fruitful relation we share with the United States of America cannot be understated. They have been our key supporters of our strategic security strategy through the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, and with the implementation of the social approach via the Positive Engagement and Civic Education Program executed in collaboration with our great friends at the Ministry of Education and Minister Fonseca. Of course, the access and functioning of justice is equally important as we work with the European Union and the PACE Justice Project, which seeks to reduce the backlog of criminal justice cases by providing integrated software, hardware, capacity building, and legislative support. The ministry, through the PACE Justice Project, will be receiving US $274,000 from this initiative. Madam Speaker, while our law enforcement must be swift and forceful, we must also keep in mind that we are fighting the symptoms of socio-economic issues as well. And colleagues, let me remind you that there are indeed a lot of costs to crime, but paramount is the social cost of crime, which the IDB refers to as a variety of costs that affect the overall economy as a consequence of crime. The most important of these are victimization costs. These are interpreted as the income foregone by individuals who are victims of crimes and the income foregone by imprisoned individuals who are not doing productive activities for the Belizean economy. The Colby Foundation at the Belize Central Prison has had its achievements too. The launch of the Prison Information Management System, made possible through the InfoSegura project, represents a significant milestone for the Belize Central Prison. This new system will revolutionize the management and organization of prison-related information, moving from traditional paper-based methods to a modern digital platform. The prison continues to be managed and reinforced with necessary renovations that continue to make the prison more self-sufficient, but also a place where rehabilitation and reintegration are the focus. In fact, in 2023, the Belize Central Prison's Parole Board reviewed the cases of 342 eligible inmates, ultimately approving parole for 41 individuals for parole privilege. As mentioned, more than the economic focus is the psychological impact that crime, both lethal and non-lethal, have on the Belizean way of life. Our focus is multi-sectoral, humanistic, one that alleviates and mitigates risk factors by addressing the root causes of crime and violence in simple as well as complex forms at the individual, interpersonal, household, and community levels. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we recognize that crime prevention and management can only be achieved when partnering with other implementing agencies within the government and also with non-governmental agencies who have a vested interest in securing Belize's future. I spoke earlier of our revitalized relationship with multilateral agencies, but it is also the rigor of our national partners that keeps us anchored. The IMF has noted that Belize had the 4th largest homicide rate in Latin America and the Caribbean in 2016 to 2019. The 4th largest homicide rate, again under the UDP. About 60% over what could be expected by the country's GDP per capita. However, the IMF goes on to mention, and this is key, that the recent efforts from the authorities in deterring crime have reduced homicide rates from 37.2 per 100,000 people in 2016 to 2019 to 21.2 in 2023. They point out, and I quote, "Further reducing crime in Belize to the Caribbean average could increase annual real GDP growth between 0.04 and 0.3%, and key policy priorities include enhancing the capacity of existing personnel, using cutting-edge technology to prevent and address crime, and expanding social and educational programs that support the youth at risk." They are preaching to the choir, Madam Speaker, because Belize is always a step ahead of the game. The Leadership Intervention Unit continues to lead from the front as it relates to the social inclusion of communities in urban and peri-urban areas affected by crime and gang violence. The programs and project initiatives by the LIU, such as the William Dawson Digi Sprite Basketball Tournament and the William Dawson Peace Cup Football Tournament, have emerged as significant events, attracting participation from over 300 young men from primary urban and peri-urban areas of the Belize district. Sporting programs like these that encourage social inclusion, display and development of raw talent, non-violent community engagement and empowerment, even with the challenges, continue to shine as hallmark initiatives. The community work program, implemented alongside the Belize City Council, that continues to offer socio-economic empowerment and improved financial freedom to over 250 employees across Belize City, is yet another way we are ensuring that people, especially from the south side of Belize City, are empowered to do for self. While the work program provides the opportunity for self-empowerment, the skills training program, done in partnership with the Tubal Vocational and Technical Training School, which has recently seen the graduation of its second cohort of youth, has been a significant success with an impressive 88% graduation rate among those enrolled in the program. One key aspect of the program's success is the provision of starter kits within the graduates' respective areas of concentration. These kits are designed to help graduates kickstart their entrepreneurial careers by providing them with the tools and resources they need to start their micro businesses. This support not only helps the graduates become financially independent, but also contributes to the overall economic development of their communities. While we do support individuals, the LIU also supports community groups with the provision of microgrants to enable the activation of programs that no doubt bring life to grassroots organizations that are our frontliners in building more vibrant, resilient, and peaceful communities. In times of tension, the Leadership Intervention Unit has spearheaded an acute conflict tracing and mediation team, which is a specialized approach to conflict resolution that focuses on identifying and addressing conflicts in their early stages to prevent escalation. This method involves carefully tracing the root causes of conflicts and employing mediation techniques to resolve them effectively between rival entities. An important partnership that is shared with the Belize Police Department and whose effective implementation has contributed significantly to the lowered murder rate we achieved in 2023. This year, we can expect the continuation of all the aforementioned programming, but also the re-emergence of the agricultural program with the Ministry of Agriculture, the piloting of enhanced reintegration initiatives for those who were formerly incarcerated, a focus on families and parenting from the male perspective, continued partnership with academia, especially the University of Belize and Galen University, and of course, a more concerted effort to solidify the LIU's place as an integral part of this nation's social protection system. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me now just a few moments to highlight what I like to refer to as shore love, some Caribbean shores love. Madam Speaker, thanks to the Community Development Fund, we have brought back that beautiful Caribbean shores community spirit with the revitalization and restoration of five parks within our constituency: Program Park, Buttonwood Bay Park, Lopez Mateos Park, the West Landiver Police Station Park, and Dolphin Park. We have hosted family fun days, numerous basketball tournaments, supported our neighborhood watch groups, supplied CCTV cameras at strategic areas in the constituency, supported our Kings Park cadets, and provided housing assistance to those in need. Over the last few years, Madam Speaker, through partnerships with the Belize City Council and the Ministry of Infrastructure, we have paved A Street, Manatee Drive, Teacher Street, Graduate Crescent, St. Edward Street, St. John Street, 8th Street, Landiver Street, St. James Street, and we are finishing up Guadalupe Street, Dunn Street, Simon Lamb Street, with many more to come in the pipelines. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me to not acknowledge the Ministry and the Minister of Education, who have offered and continue to offer each year educational assistance to hundreds of deserving Caribbean shores children. Their families, Madam Speaker and Minister, have asked me to thank you personally. As for the Minister of Natural Resources, boy, I don't know if I got you under pressure or they ain't got me under pressure, but over the last 3 years, we have issued over 175 housing lots to first-time landowners in Caribbean shores. And we're not done yet. We're just getting started. And if we want to talk about land, make we talk about housing too. Thanks to the Honorable Member for Kaya South and his ministry, 10 Caribbean shores families have benefited from brand new homes. And again, there's more to come. Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree with the Minister and the Member for Kaya South when he invited you to come to the opening of one of these homes. It is truly transformational to see the joy, the elation, the relief, all the emotions packed into one. It is just truly an indescribable moment for these families. And I want to thank the Honorable Member for Kaya South. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank our Minister of Health, who has always been there to help those most in need when their medical bills seem insurmountable. And of course, I cannot forget the Minister of Human Development and her ministry, who have consistently ensured that our most vulnerable receive their grocery bags each month. And finally, Madam Speaker, I cannot forget the big man himself, our Prime Minister. I say a heartfelt thank you to our Prime Minister who has steered this ship so valiantly through some of the most turbulent seas, but never once crying or whining or grieving the way that the UDP did. And most importantly, Prime Minister, you never wavered from the PUP way, that of always standing for and with the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the leader of the opposition, he called out for elections, I think 3 or 4 times. He said, call the elections now. Well, many PUPs were excited at the thought of an election. What we have to understand, that when the leader of the opposition was calling for elections, it was actually a cry for help. He knows what's coming his way. And he knows that the only way he can hold on to leadership is if there is an early election. Because the knives are being sharpened, the blood is in the water, the sharks are circling him. And then he talked yesterday, Prime Minister. He said the Right Honorable Said Musa had called an early election. But he was confused because it was actually the Right Honorable George Price that had called an early election in 1993. But he wouldn't know about that because that was when they bring out. I think he was being groomed and Dede was going to bring him out. So you can understand, Prime Minister, why he was clouded and confused as to what was happening in 1993 and still suffering from that relationship with his mentor. But, Madam Speaker, I wish that I could send some sort of a life savior for the leader. And I wish I could tell the Prime Minister to call elections because he will be a blowout again. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, we still have a lot of work to get done. And I hope he can understand that. But let his heart not be troubled. He can rest assured that his party will put him out of his political misery in very short order. Madam Speaker, we have tunneled through mountains and provided a voice of hope through economic and natural disasters and have transformed the vision of Plan Belize into a trans-rapid train of action for the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, with this budget, we have imagined the possibilities. With this budget, the best has finally come. With this budget, Madam Speaker, we stay on track. Not only is the future coming toward us, we are going toward it full throttle. Madam Speaker, I support this budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Orange Walk Styles.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to share my views on the 2024-2025 budget and to discuss the state of affairs of our nation, in particular in agriculture and productive sectors. But before I begin, allow me, Madam Speaker, to thank the people of Orange Walk South once again for their overwhelming support, for continuously believing in me, and for returning me to this honorable house for the third term. This, Madam Speaker, is my 12th time that I'm here to participate in the budget presentations. Madam Speaker, I am grateful to the beautiful people of Orange Rock South for giving me such opportunity. I will continue to do my best to represent them well. In the last 2 years, we have learned many lessons, but two of the most important lessons are: one, that climate change is real, and two, is that even sick people need food. Climate change has forced us to make critical changes in the way we produce our food. And if we do not adopt these changes, the chances of producing food for our people will be challenging. And secondly, Madam Speaker, COVID-19 taught us that very important lesson. Even the people who are sick and those who care for the sick need food. We can no longer take food production or food security for granted. And that, Madam Speaker, is what led to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise to shift into high gear, to switch pathways and to accelerate the pace to ensure that Belizeans have access to food. But not only food, quality food, affordable food. Food security is a verb. It's not words, it's actions. It's hard work, it's perseverance, challenges, and investments. And it is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that I must salute every farmer, every producer in this country. It is because of them that we have food on our table daily. It is because of them that we earn valuable foreign exchange. It is because of them that we have employment in the rural communities. And it is because of them that we have income for our families. We truly appreciate and respect the farmers. We honor you. Madam Speaker, at the end of my presentation, you will acknowledge that our plan from farm to table has indeed had remarkable success. Today I will report on the challenges and achievements of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, as well as on the achievements of my constituency. It is no secret, Madam Speaker, that agriculture is a challenging one. That being a farmer is for the bold and the bold only, the courageous and the risk taker. At a time when we are faced with rising costs of inputs, outbreaks of major pests and diseases, threats from hurricanes and other natural disasters, extended drought, other climate change and accompanying uncertainties, market instability and other challenges, I must take off my hat to salute all the farmers in our country. From the cane farmers in Corozal, Orange Walk, and Cayo, to the rice farmers in Toledo and Blue Creek, and from the corn producers in Spanish Lookout to the vegetable farmers in Bomba and Nagubang. All women farmers, particularly who are highlighting during Women's Month, to the young farmers in the high schools across the country participating in school gardens, and finally to those in the villages, towns and cities doing a little backyard gardening. 2023 was indeed a very challenging year for us, particularly for our traditional exports: citrus, bananas, and shrimp, all of which have been struggling from major disease outbreaks or flooding combined with the chronic neglect of the last UDP administration. We all know what we inherited in this sector for citrus, bananas, and shrimp. As the official statistics show, that we braced these challenges when we entered the government. We braced the challenges over the last 3.5 years with the interventions outlined in our great plan Belize. And this very articulate plan, combined with the resilience of our farmers and with the support of a strong leadership and advocacy from my ministry and a progressive-minded Development Finance Corporation and other partners in development, these traditional industries are performing today extravagantly well in the first couple months of 2024, and the new export industries such as cattle, soybean, and animal feed and coconuts are growing in importance. For those doomsayers in the UDP who are following in the footsteps of their leaders on the other side, I will say about the next side. There are very few of them, who together make up an army that keeps spreading gloom and doom and are hoping and praying for the collapse of the agriculture sector. I say to them, not under my watch, amigos. Your party, the UDP, set the foundation for gloom and doom, and we're hoping for it to happen. But as long as I am the Minister of Agriculture and the People's United Party is in government, the agriculture sector will remain a foundation to our economy, and our food security will be a mantra of the PUP's political wagon. As Plan Belize says, no farmer equals no food. Let us not forget, or let us remember, it is the UDP, Madam Speaker, that killed the papaya industry and sent Fruta Bomba packing to the Dominican Republic. The shrimp industry under the UDP went from 17 large farms in 2014 to 7 in 2020. 10 shrimp farms, Madam Speaker, shut down and sent home hundreds of Belizean workers. One farm closed each year under the UDP. It was under their watch, Madam Speaker, that Belize went from producing 16 million pounds of shrimp to barely 1 million pounds in 2020. Yes, that was under the UDP. Shrimp went from $90 million in exports to barely being able to supply the local market. Madam Speaker, and while they puff and blow like the bad wolf about the citrus industry, again let us remember It was they who for 13 years neglected the citrus industry. And therefore, citrus greening took over the industry. Now they want to blame me. They want to blame the PUP for not being able to revive the industry in 2 to 3 years. But how little do they know of agriculture and of citrus? It takes 3 years for the plant to start to bear. Even if you import clean seedling material, it will take you 3 years for the plant to start to bear, but it won't peak production until 6 years, Madam Speaker. So you can see of how little they know, or how much they don't know, or they just don't know anything at all. They said that the banana industry would die after the removal of the EU preferences, and that only PUPs were in the industry, and so they kept hoping for the crumbling of the banana industry. The naysayers said, banana is dead. But under the PUP, we again are reviving that industry. And in the case of sugar, Madam Speaker, the UDP is praying for more protests, and we're hoping for tensions between the police and the cane farmers to rise to explosive levels. All of this while, they are insensitive to the plight of the cane farmers. How did they wish that the cane farmers would have run over me and trampled me during the standoff? That did not happen, Madam Speaker, and it will not happen, not under this PUP and while I'm the Minister of Agriculture. And those on that side, under the UDP, who thought they were so brilliant, smart pants, closed the border to stifle the cattle exports to Guatemala. What a shame. What a blunder. They allowed a loose cannon, UDP chairman of Bullet Tree, to dictate that government set up a mafia-style police checkpoint to stop farmers from exporting cattle to Guatemala, or to have a fee paid to him in order for exports to continue. And while this may not be related to agriculture, it is important for me to mention, Madam Speaker, to remind the Honorable House that it was because of their evil-mindedness, their bad-mindedness, and political stupidity that the UDP decided to put a moratorium on new call centers immediately after they won elections in 2008. They did this because the PUP crafted the legislation in early 2007 to have services offered by call centers to qualify as an exportable commodity under then export processing zone today, which is now the designated processing zone. In just 1 year, before general elections of 2008, 8 call centers were approved for Belize, and the sector was set to experience a boom. But it did not happen because of the 4-year moratorium that was put in place by the then Prime Minister, the father of the Lu. It was in 2012 when Beltrade finally convinced the UDP that they said, okay, we will remove the moratorium but we will call it BPOs. BPOs. My colleague and party leader, Madam Speaker, is a businessman. Under his leadership, the PUP did not put a moratorium on call centers or BPOs. Rather, we continue to embrace call centers and BPOs, and we are moving to offer higher quality services, such as overseas online accounting, medical transcriptions, and outsourcing of software, programming, and training. Madam Speaker, we are at another level under Jambrisenyo and the PUP. Why I mention call centers and BPOs, Madam Speaker, it is because today we have over 15,000 young people working in this sector. Our unemployment rate is less than 3.5%. And the agriculture sector, now, Madam Speaker, is struggling to find workers to harvest bananas, to harvest citrus, and to harvest cane. I asked my colleague Cordell to send me a busload, but he doesn't want. To harvest coconuts, Madam Speaker, to drive the tractors, to drive the combined harvesters, to plow the land. Madam Speaker, we are having problems with the labor availability in our country today under the PUP. There is only 3.5% of unemployment rate, never before seen in the history of our nation. And the reason, Madam Speaker, why the people of this country are so happy with this government, I will not put the UDP back in power, not for right now, is evident by the difference in how the UDP and the PUP handle the cane farmers' protests. Apart from only a small incident between a few of the protesters and myself, who were showing me some tough love, the recent protest, Madam Speaker, was handled well. It would have been under the UDP, the security forces would have been led by some roughneck UDP, manhandled the cane farmers, would have been roughed them up, had their guns raised. Madam Speaker, and let us remember who shot to death Anastasio Gutierrez of San Victor. Remember then the Prime Minister Barrow refused to meet with cane farmers to address the matter. This is unlike our PM, who clearly we do have difference of opinion, but nevertheless has taken his time to meet with both sides. And I am hopeful, Madam Speaker, that we will put this sugarcane matter to rest. Madam Speaker, and while there are some delays, there were some delays with the signing of the Commissioner for Inquiry, it has been signed and it is law. We do expect resistance, Madam Speaker. But again, I am convinced that we all want the best for this industry. I want the best for the industry. My heart is with the industry. The Prime Minister wants the best for the industry. The millers and the cane farmers and their families want the best for this industry. And it is times like these, Madam Speaker, that when you are faced with so many challenges, that you put your hands up in the air and you wonder, am I doing the right thing or am I in the right place? But when you look And when you see the many, many messages that come in of support, and what you can see, Madam Speaker, the many lives that you touch and change, it only motivates me to continue doing the work of the people. And while I was discouraged yesterday and disappointed, Madam Speaker, I must say that as long as I am the Minister for Agriculture, I will continue to struggle in the best interest of all our farmers, of the productive sector, of the millers, for everybody. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned previously, Madam Speaker, our agriculture exports ballooned, Madam Speaker, from $349.5 million in 2020, when we took government, to $462.5 million in 2022, 1 year after. The increases from 2020 to 2022 were led by growth in sugar exports from $111.5 million in 2020 to $162.4 million in 2022, as well as a significant growth in the export of cattle to Mexico. Oh yes, Madam Speaker, the export of cattle to Mexico. A $37 million increase in animal feed, corn and soybean exports to Guatemala and the Caribbean, plus $10 million increase in molasses exports from both BSI and Santander. Madam Speaker, this was achieved in 1 year, in 2 years under the PUP. But now, and I must be honest, Madam Speaker, because agriculture is a challenge. Climate change is real. 2023 was not a very good year for our traditional agriculture. And for our non-traditional agriculture, Madam Speaker, 2023 was also a challenge, but we did well. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that a 3-degree raise in temperature when corn is flowering reduces pollination by 15%? So during summer, Madam Speaker, when you have a spike in temperature by 3 degrees, worse 4 degrees, your production is already reduced. And a 5-degree raise in temperature for 3 days, Madam Speaker, in soybean, you will never be able to control the whitefly population. Clouds and clouds of whitefly because of these spikes in temperature. And this is what the farmers are faced with in these days. And in 2023, we suffered those challenges. The traditional agriculture exports fell from a high of $462.5 million to $390.3 million in 2023. This $72.5+ million fall in agriculture exports, Madam Speaker, was primarily due to a struggling citrus industry whose export revenues fell. They fell below 25 million for the first time since the 1980s. This was the biggest fall in citrus. A 17.7 million fall in banana exports from 81.7 million in 2022 to 64 million in 2023. That was a 27.8 million fall in official exports of animal feed, mostly to the CARICOM. But this, Madam Speaker, this 27.8 million fall in official exports of animal feed did not go to loss. It's because of a growing livestock industry that these grains were not exported as feed, but rather consumed in the country by our livestock industry. And of course, Madam Speaker, let us not forget Hurricane Lisa in the north hit sugar production the most, and bananas in the south struggled, suffering from the residual effects of the 2021 flooding. While the export agriculture sector struggled, Madam Speaker, this is the traditional exports, local agriculture experienced a significant boost. And even as I deliver this presentation in this honorable house today, Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that every single one of our then struggling traditional exports, including citrus, is undergoing revival. Madam Speaker, despite the many challenges that the sugar industry, particularly in North, faces with the distribution of revenues from the gross revenues, the industry is still on a trajectory of growth nationally, and with world sugar prices being the highest in the last 50 years, our country is expected to reap considerable benefits from this industry. Hence, Madam Speaker, the reason to settle the disputes between the farmers in the north and the miller. In 2021, Madam Speaker, sugarcane production in Belize peaked at 1.89 million tons. The north has been falling. In 2023, the total country production fell to 1.49 million tons. Of this, farmers in the north produced 977,000 tons. This was delivered to BSI. And in the west, Madam Speaker, Santander is rapidly growing. 511,000 tons of cane was delivered to Santander. However, due to high sugar prices, revenues from the export of sugar only recorded a small fall. So while the production of sugarcane went down, Madam Speaker, the revenues did not go down as much. There was a very small decline from 162.4 to 157.9 because the prices fetched on the market were high. The good news on the sugar front, Madam Speaker, while production in the north has stagnated and is estimated to be just under 1 million tons of cane in 2024, this year, production in the west is expected to balloon to 850,000 tons. So Santander is coming up with their production. This, Madam Speaker, combined with higher sugar prices, means that 2024 Belize is projected to earn close to $200 million from sugar exports. Madam Speaker, this is under the PUP. Banana production, Madam Speaker, the industry that the UDP wished would be dead is still alive. The production for January and February this year, 2024, already shows signs of full industry recovery. Production for these 2 months, January, February, in 2024, is 2.5 times higher than the first 2 months of last year, 2023. And are higher than both 2022 and also 2021. Madam Speaker, banana is back. Madam Speaker, for the first 2 months of 2024, we have exported 13.9 million versus 5.9 million that was exported last year. This, Madam Speaker, the primary reason for the rebound of the banana industry is the recovery of the fields from flooding, programming of crop to meet best price period of January to June in the EU market, the approval of $5 million for crop recovery via the DFC, and also approval of some $2 million plus by this government as a revolving crop input loan fund that effectively replacing the revolving fund that FIPES had in place for the Banana Growers Association. Better sigatoka control and more favorable weather. Madam Speaker, banana is on its way back. Since 2015, the papaya industry indeed looked like gloom and doom. But Madam Speaker, in 2024, this year, our support to revive the industry is bearing good fruit. In January or February of 2023, these 2 months, we only exported 2 containers of papaya. Sorry, Madam Speaker. In January and February of 2023, last year, we had only exported 2 containers of papaya. But for the first 2 months of 2024, January and February of this year, we have exported 13 containers of papaya, totaling 523,000 pounds of papayas. It took us from January to mid-August in 2023 to export 13 containers. We exported only 24 containers of papaya, totaling 982,000 pounds. In 2 months, we have already surpassed 50% of last year's export in 2 months. Pending, Madam Speaker, no major issues, the rest of 2024 is looking very good for papaya exports. We hope and pray that we have no major storms. The collapse of the shrimp industry began in 2015. And by 2020 and 2021, Belize produced just enough for the ceviche in Orinduak and Corozal. There was no shrimp, barely, for the ceviche. And you had to chop it, stretch it, like when do the car see you, to chop it, stretch it, mash it, make it. Look on lot on your plate. However, in 2022 and 2023, the industry entered into full force recovery. Plan Belize envisioned a government working in close partnership with the traditional export sectors, including shrimp, and I quote, to address their constraints and mobilize investment and technical resources for expanding production and exports. This is from our Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Despite the fact that production only increased from 1.7 million pounds in 2022 to 1.76 million pounds in 2023, the value of shrimp exported increased from 1.5 in 2022 to 2.9 million in 2023. Due to some farms having excess carryover stocks from 2022, with some farms constructing new ponds to triple their production using modern intensive technology, production is expected to rise to over 3 million pounds in 2024, and shrimp exports are expected to rise further. Madam Speaker, this is under the PUP. Madam Speaker, the revival of the citrus industry has proven to be a challenge for us. The state of the industry when we inherited was very bad. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, John Briceño, and guided by Plan Belize, the new PUP government set out on a path to revive this industry. This industry at the time was on life support. Things are not happening as fast as we would like, Madam Speaker. Of the $15 million allocated by government specifically to facilitate rehabilitation of the groves and encourage new plantings, less than $1 million has been taken up by producers. Clearly, confidence in industry was not high, and many farmers were skeptical of the future. But recently, Prime Minister Briceño appointed a small special committee to revisit the interventions with a view to try to salvage the industry. It is yet too early to say if the industry will rebound to its glory days of 2005, when 8 million boxes of fruit was produced by 60,000 acres of citrus groves. The 2022-23 citrus crop was the worst crop in the recent history of the industry. Deliveries of oranges and grapefruit to CPBL fell to 335,500 boxes. Deliveries to other processing plants, along with local sales and informal exports to Guatemala, accounted for another 170,000 boxes, to give a total crop of just over 500,000 boxes. The 2023-2024 crop, Madam Speaker, is looking much better, and production is expected to rise by about 60%. To date, CPBL is approaching 200,000 boxes, and the second crop is estimated to be double the first crop. As a result, CPBL is expected to process over 650,000 boxes of fruit, while other local processing, local market, and informal exports to Guatemala is also expected to approach 200,000 boxes, bringing the total industry production to about 850,000 boxes. Madam Speaker, overall, agriculture production in 2024 is looking very good. The value of agriculture to the economy of Belize has increased from $560.8 million in 2020 to $786.9, wrong it after $800 million in 2023. This is a whopping $226.1 million increase in just 3 years, Madam Speaker. Or a 40.3% expansion in the contribution of the agriculture sector to the economy of Belize, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, represents real value in the hands of the Belizean farmers and the rural household, and marks a significant improvement to Belize's food self-sufficiency program. Like Plan Belize, farm-to-table approach highlights. Under the PUP, we are producing what we consume, and we are consuming what we produce. Again, I must be honest, Madam Speaker, in 2023, the value of agriculture did not grow as fast as it did for the first 2 years. Maybe because we were victims of our own success. We grew too fast in 2021, and therefore 2022, we only saw a 7.4% growth in the sector. and the contribution of the sector moving from $732.4 million in 2022 to $786 million in 2023. That was a small growth, but in 3 years, Madam Speaker, we have grown significantly in the sector. But I must also thank, Madam Speaker, my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, because the tourism sector does consume much of what we produce. And so tourism and agriculture go hand in hand. So grows tourism, so grows the agriculture sector. So I must thank my colleague, Minister Anthony Marla, for the great job he's doing with the Ministry of Tourism. So while traditional commodities such as sugar, bananas, citrus, and marine products saw a 23% drop in value of production, grains and legumes, Madam Speaker, saw a 5.4% increase in production over 2022 and a 37% increase in value due to higher market prices for all categories of grains and beans in 2023. This significant increase was led by sorghum, incredible, Madam Speaker. Sorghum, whose production rose from 45.6 million pounds to 66.3 million pounds, increasing its value to the economy of Belize by 131%. This means one thing, Madam Speaker. If the grains grow, then livestock grows, because the grains are fed to our livestock in the country. So whenever you see a growth in sorghum, in soybean, and corn, we are exporting and we are feeding our animals well. Sorry, Madam Speaker, sorghum led the growth by 131%, from $12.9 million to $29.8 million. Soybean, Madam Speaker, soybean increased from 59.8 million pounds to 64.2 million pounds, putting Belize in an enviable position in both CARICOM and Central America. As we, Madam Speaker, are the only country in Central America and the entire Caribbean region that are now self-sufficient in soybean production, and not only self-sufficient, but we now have the ability to export soybean to Central America and to any Caribbean country, Madam Speaker. We are indeed the envy of other farmers in the region. They want to be where we are. You could be bragging to Bano, Doc. So whenever you go to these CARICOM meetings, FAO meetings, SICA, and all these meetings, you can sit in the front, you know, Doc. You don't sit in the back. You have reason to boast, eh? And you walk in there like Mr. Breggin Tuba. And let's not forget rice, Madam Speaker. Rice, which is a regular part of our diet, increased from 33.9 million pounds to 39 million pounds in 2023, increasing the value of rice to Belize's economy of $19 to $19.5 million. White corn from 19.6 million pounds to 25 million pounds, valued at $15 million. Veggies saw a 12% increase in value, primarily due to the significant increase in production of Irish potato, tomato, hot peppers, sweet peppers, and others. Madam Speaker, again here, I must say that we have serious challenges with the level of contraband. And many times our farmers are discouraged by much contraband. We have taken several steps to try to curb the incidences of contraband. But as we speak, Madam Speaker, we are doing our best to control and to bring back the confidence of the farmers so that they can produce for our country. Poultry, Madam Speaker, increased from 45.1 million pounds in dress weight to 48.6 million pounds. Beef cattle increased significantly, and due to higher prices, the export of live cattle increased from $38.2 million in 2022 to $71.3 million. However, Madam Speaker, the production of eggs, pigs, and only stagnated in 2023. But from $38.2 million in 2022 to $71.8 million in 2023 is almost, what, 90% increase. Why am I spending time on this, Madam Speaker? All this, Madam Speaker, is because we must learn to big up our hard-working farmers, both women and men, and beat our chests when we strengthen our food supply chain. It is because of our success in local food production, in our farm-to-table approach outlined in Plan Belize, that our country received accolades at the recently held CARICOM Heads of Government meeting held in Georgetown, Guyana. You were there, right, Minister Fonseca? CARICOM leaders hailed the success of Belize in achieving 80% of our targets as outlined in the 25 by 25 initiative, a regional effort to reduce the food import bill in CARICOM by 25% by 2025. Madam Speaker, the new cash industry, beef, I am happy to report that while the cattle sector under the UDP was stagnated, the current national herd in Belize is approximately 200,000 head. 70% of the cattle farmers in the country own between 1 and 50 head. In other words, Madam Speaker, it is a small farmer industry. Beef cattle production is high priority on the Ministry of Agriculture agenda, primarily because it impacts the lives of approximately 6,000 cattle farmers. We have the same number of cattle farmers that we have in sugarcane farmers. 6,000, Madam Speaker. And while, Madam Speaker, we have 200,000 head of cattle, we have 200,000 acres of pasture. It means we have 1 to 1. The experts believe, Madam Speaker, that we can double the herd. We can have 2 cattle in 1 acre of pasture if we improve the management, and we can have 400,000 head of cattle. It means, Madam Speaker, that we can increase our herd by 100% without clearing a single tree. All we need to do is to manage differently. And when we are able to do that, Madam Speaker, we will no longer have to export the cattle on the hoof. What we're exporting, we believe right now, is a good price of $2.60 per pound, but we could double that if we double our herd, and there's no need to export on the hoof, but we can then open our slaughtering facility and work on value adding and export cuts instead of on the hoof. Thanks for reminding, Prime Minister. Under the UDP, they pay you $1.25 per pound. And then you have to pay your bulletary chairman, Doc. You have to pay him, remember?
It was 80 cents.
80 cents. Prime Minister made it for 80 cents a pound. And for that you have to pay the chairman 20 cents a pound, Doc. Those were special, those soup, that was soup cow. Yeah. Slim, cow slim. Cow light. So, Madam Speaker, the cattle industry in Belize is important to the economy. It is now the largest, or becoming the largest agriculture export, beaten only by sugar. Except, Madam Speaker, and this is a secret, I hope they don't repeat it, except that we are unable to report the informal exports to Guatemala in our official merchandise trade statistics due to international standards for reporting trade statistics. So it is underreported to a certain extent. Beef cattle exported to Guatemala and Mexico in 2023 totaled 40,315 heads, generating approximately $70 million in revenue to the livestock farmer. This is an increase of 21% this year compared to 2022, and when a total of 33,197 heads of cattle were exported, generating a total revenue of $58 million. Under the UDP, Madam Speaker, under the UDP, the largest amount of cattle exported was 20,713 heads. This was in 2020. That was the largest amount exported under the UDP. Additionally, in 2023, and this is good news, but Belizean people are starting to eat more beef. In 2023, just under 9,000 head of animals were slaughtered to meet the local demand. This represents a $24 million total, Madam Speaker, 70 million of export and 24 million in local consumption. We have an industry of $94 million. Gone are the days, Madam Speaker, when you go to the store, to the supermarket, and buy a gallon of Western Dairy's milk, and when you open it, it smells like yogurt. Those days are done, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the guidance from the ministry and support from the Ministry of Finance, Western Dairies, which is the largest milk processor in the country, imported modern equipment capable of ultra-high temperature pasteurization of milk and successfully installed the equipment at their Spanish Lookout plant. This technology, Madam Speaker, has allowed for fresh milk to extend the shelf life of fresh milk from 13 days to 90 days. There is no need, Madam Speaker, for the farmers to want to dump their milk at the steps of the National Assembly like they intended to do under the UDP. There are no stockpiles of cheese, Madam Speaker. We must all remember or know that the best way to store milk is in the form of cheese. So when the farmer cannot sell his milk, he converts it to cheese, and therefore it's packed in cool storage containers. That is a thing of the past, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to wind down my presentation by making mention of the important role Baja plays in the agriculture sector. As the first in the first line of defense of animal and plant diseases, and the work they have done in conducting risk assessments and facilitating the exports of coconuts, of pitahaya, of sour sap, and other fruits to Mexico and to the United States. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we are working right now on exporting coconuts. We have exported 1 million coconuts to USA and Mexico. The industry is growing. We are working on exporting also pitahaya. I think we're working on the pest risk analysis for that, the risk assessment for that, and other commodities. Baja is at the front line in defense of our country when it comes to animal health and plant health. Madam Speaker, very important to mention also the free zone's performance, creating thousands of jobs for Belizeans under the CEO, Mr. Ramirez, and his chairman. A lot of work has been going to the free zone, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I need to end my presentation. But before I do so, I must say that under the John Briceño and the PUP administration, the agriculture and productive sector has reached heights never seen before. This sector, Madam Speaker, has boomed. It has exploded. Exploded, shedding opportunities, filtering down to thousands of people like never seen in the history of our beloved country. But I cannot stand here, Madam Speaker, and pretend to take credit for this alone. It is unfair and unjust of me to do something like that. This is an example of great teamwork. I am surrounded, Madam Speaker, by great technical people at the senior and at the field level. And I will hail some of my staff here, Madam Speaker. We have Dr. Pascual, my CEO, Mr. Digno Polanco, the outstanding agronomist, as said by the Imbara once, Jose Novello, Mr. Luis Pokiwa, communication, everything you see on Facebook, except the bad ads, those are not from my ministry. Those come from Mr. Luis Pok. Our ministry is all over Facebook, everything we do. We have Mr. Valentin Carrillo, head of BMDC, who, Madam Speaker, can make available to the entire tourism sector the pulp the pulp for, we have Peter Haya, we have pulps, we have Peter Haya, we have Sawasap. The entire tourism sector feeds off our dragon fruit pulp. You've done a wonderful job, Valentin. We have the next young man there, Mr. Shamir Carrillo, an outstanding agronomist also. So, Madam Speaker, I am surrounded by very well-trained people. And I am told, and I am reminded over and over, that every good leader is only as good as the people he surrounds himself with. Madam Speaker, I am very happy to have a well-trained, self-motivated, and with desire to see our country grow. This is the staff I have around me. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I am blessed to have such competency in my ministry. And, Madam Speaker, the Belizean farmers from north to south, east to west, are the best in Central America and the entire Caribbean region. Together, we have worked to reach where we are today, and we want to grow more, and with God on our side, we will achieve more. Belize, Madam Speaker, is the only country in Central America that need not import a grain of rice to feed its people. In the Caribbean, we are the only one of three. We are one of three that need not import rice. We are the only country in Central America and the Caribbean that need not import a grain of corn to feed our animals or to feed the people of this country. In terms of soybean, Madam Speaker, this is the second year that Belize is the only country that need not import a single grain of soybean. On the contrary, we are the only country in Central America and the entire Caribbean that is now exporting soybean meal and oil to both regions if they want to, and to Mexico. In my 2.5 years as minister, it has been very challenging times, tough decisions, difficult moments that force you to rethink whether to quit or to continue. Madam Speaker, it is times like these that we look to our friends or listen to our farmers. And this morning, while listening to the presentations, I got a text from a lady farmer. And she said to me, Minister, I know that you're having difficult times, and I think that every minister has gone through difficult times. He says, but when you're in difficult times, he says, remember Psalms 31:14. It says, till the end, but I trust in you, O Lord. I say you are my God. I want to thank Ms. Eva Dick for sending me such a wonderful verse. We live in a wonderful country, filled with great people, supported by successful farmers, living under a progressive government. Madam Speaker, I am proud to be the Minister for Agriculture. Long live Belize, long live the farmers of this country, and long live the PUP government. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Corozal Southeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extensively refer to my notes. Thanks very much. Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit off guard, because I'm always enthralled when my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, speaks, because I feel like I'm in a classroom. I learn a lot about agriculture. I might, become a farmer again sometime soon, thanks to him, And I'm really grateful for the great work he's doing that is helping our country. Madam Speaker, I get up this morning to support this budget because it is with great pride and gratitude that I stand before you today to highlight the major achievements of our Ministry of Defense and Border Security for the fiscal year of 2023-2024. As we embark on this journey of reflection and celebration, it is essential that I acknowledge the steadfast dedication and unwavering commitment of our brave soldiers, sailors, and civilians who work tirelessly to safeguard our nation's sovereignty and security. Before delving into the specifics, Mr. Speaker, of our accomplishments, I want to underscore the overarching goals that guides our mission, a goal that are deeply rooted in the ethos of service, sacrifice, and duty aligned with the government of Belize's medium-term plan under Plan Belize, which serves as the compass that steers our actions towards a safer, more prosperous future for all Belizeans. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to maintain the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Belize. And I'm proud to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I believe our soldiers and sailors are achieving just that task today. This goal sums up the essence of our core mission, driving us to confront challenges head-on while creating a climate of security, stability, and prosperity. Under the banner of Plan Belize, we have endeavored to fortify our nation's defenses through a holistic approach that gives priority to good governance, transparency, and ethical conduct. In this budget allocation of 2024, our ministry remains resolute in its commitment to preserving our country's freedom and territorial integrity. The allocated budget of the past was meticulously utilized to enhance national defense and border security, ensuring that our forces are equipped with the resources necessary to fulfill their duties effectively. Investments were made in infrastructure, equipment, and training, laying the foundation for modernization and transformation within our ranks. The ministry utilized its government allocation, CABE funds, and foreign military assistance from our regional partners in our efforts to improve the defense of Belize. Military operations throughout the year. Our security forces executed a series of strategic operations aimed at safeguarding our nation from internal and external threats. The Belize Defense Force spearheaded surgical operations targeting specific incursions, including the destruction of illicit marijuana and coca plantations and the deterrence of illegal aircraft landings. These operations disrupt a variety of criminal activities from incursions, illegal cattle ranching, illegal cultivation, and settlements and illegal gold panning to illegal logging and deforestation. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that just last month, after intensive night flying training, the BDF Air Wing started to conduct night flying operations to ensure that our skies are safe 24/7. Mr. Speaker, if you may remember our presentation in the last fiscal year, we had just acquired a new Cessna and we called it a game changer because it elevated the effectiveness of our Belize Defense Force protecting our skies not only during the daytime but also in the nighttime. I want to thank the Minister of Tourism and his ministry for collaborating with us in this endeavor. This takes us to another level, Mr. Speaker. And as I remember with a visiting general who, one of the compliments he gave us after he took a tour of our operation, he said, Belize is a small country, but it is punching above its weight. Meanwhile, the Belize Coast Guard distinguished itself through its exemplary search and rescue missions, conducting over 25 operations and saving over 100 lives in distress. These missions not only showcase the Coast Guard's dedication to maritime safety, but also highlighted its vital role in protecting the lives and livelihood of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, saving lives on the maritime space is something that we should not deal with trivially. But I am relieved now that this Coast Guard that we are lucky to have, are aggressively going after all our sea pirates wherever they operate. Hence, you notice there's a significant decrease in sea piracy in Belize. I know we can't completely eliminate it, but believe you me, our Coast Guard will remain alert and be aggressive on it. Additionally, the Joint Intelligence Operations Center played a pivotal role in conducting search and rescue operations and responding to alerts, demonstrating our commitment to maintain readiness and the responsiveness in the face of emergent threats. Belize has achieved a groundbreaking milestone in its ongoing efforts to enhance border security, as the nation recorded a low in illegal aircraft landings in 2023. With only 2 reported incidents, this represents a remarkable 71% reduction compared to the 7 landings documented in 2022, and a staggering 86% decrease from the 14 landings in 2021. Additionally, the Northern District saw 0 illegal landings in 2023, while the Toledo District experienced a remarkable 60% decrease from 5 landings in 2022 to 2 in 2023. The substantial decline highlights the effectiveness of Belizean authorities proactive measure to fortify its airspace against illicit activities. Collaborative endeavors between law enforcement agencies, intelligence units, and security forces have played a crucial role in disrupting and deterring unauthorized aircraft landings. Belize's commitment to implementing robust surveillance, strategic planning, and rapid response mechanisms underscores the nation's dedication to maintaining a secure and tightly controlled airspace. This achievement stands as a testament to Belize's resilience and determination in safeguarding its borders and ensuring the safety of its citizens. Mr. Speaker, I want to digress a little bit that last week, along with members from the FCD, we took a helicopter tour along the border to look at the Chiquibull Forest and at the Columbia Forest Reserve. And as always, from what I learned from military experience, I say time is seldom wasted on a recce. We had a good time to have a thorough view of the activities occurring in the Chiquibull Forest, and yes, we saw new incursions. But also, I want to report that we had a good discussion in our progress over the years. There are always these incursions, but when we find them, we address them, and we were able to document several areas that in the past were certain hotspots. Now, the forest is beginning to grow back, and we feel proud of those achievements, Mr. Speaker. And these that are on right now, these that are ongoing right now will be addressed accordingly as well, Mr. Speaker. In international collaborations, our ministry actively engaged in international collaborations and joint exercises to bolster defense capabilities and foster regional cooperation. Training detachments were deployed to countries such as Guyana, Colombia, and the United States, enhancing operational readiness and facilitating knowledge exchange among our forces. The Joint Readiness Training Center was successfully hosted by the Louisiana Army National Guard in Louisiana, with 150 members of the BDF and the Belize Coast Guard personnel participating. Again, Mr. Speaker, I cannot continue without expressing our extreme gratitude to the Louisiana National Guard, in particular to a friend of Belize, to my personal friend and brother, General Waddell, who has just retired, and to the new tag who has come in, General Freelou, who is actively cooperating with us as well. They are our great benefactors in the Belize Defense Force and in the Belize Coast Guard. Thank you very much for being friends to us, gentlemen. Later this month, Mr. Speaker, 50 BDF and Belize Coast Guard personnel will be flown to Jamaica by the Canadian Armed Forces to participate in regional training with the JDF, that is the Jamaican Defense Force, and the Bahamas Defense Force. Furthermore, partnerships with neighboring nations in the Caribbean, Central America, and North America have been instrumental in maintaining sovereignty and security along our borders, underscoring the importance of defense diplomacy and collaboration in addressing shared challenges. Mr. Speaker, our ministry knows the value of defense diplomacy, and we actively engage our partners regularly to be able to be effective in our work, Mr. Speaker. In our modernization efforts, central to our mission of safeguarding Belize sovereignty is the ongoing modernization of our military forces. In 2023, we embarked on a comprehensive modernization initiative aimed at equipping our forces with the technology and equipment they need. One of the most significant advancements in this regard has been the implementation of satellite tracking systems, which allow for real-time monitoring of vessels entering our jurisdictional waters. This technology has not only enhanced our maritime surveillance capabilities, but also ensured the safety and security of our sailors. Furthermore, investments were made in the development of unmanned air systems or drones to bolster our marine conservation efforts and increase our operational capabilities in remote and inaccessible areas. These drones provide us with enhanced situational awareness and reconnaissance capabilities, allowing us to identify and respond to threats more effectively. In addition to technological advancements, significant investments were made in infrastructure development to support our operational readiness. A brand new facility was constructed at the BDF Drill Hall in the Corozal district, thanks to our American partners again. 2 new dormitories are near completion at the BDF Price Barracks through the Cabay project funds. Complete renovation were done to 5 married headquarters at Price Barracks and the main air wing hangar that were badly damaged by Hurricane Lisa. We recently embarked on renovating the BDF headquarters and an officer's dormitory. I am also happy to report that the Sarstoon Forward Operating Base is now fully functional after extensive transformation. Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I want to say when I refer to the Sarstoon Forward Operating Base, it reminds me of the phrase, I believe it was John Kennedy who said it, that failure is a bastard, while success has many fathers. I think we all know, everybody now want to claim credit for it, but if it didn't go well, nobody wanted to. But, Mr. Speaker, that credit belongs to our Prime Minister, John Briceño, to the Cabinet, and to Plan Belize, and to this PUP government for complete transformation of our Sarstoon FOB. The thing now, Mr. Speaker, is that everybody want to go visit it now. I think it might become a tourist spot. I'll have to speak with the Minister of Tourism. Let me continue with my speech. I'm digressing, Mr. Speaker. After extensive transformation that now boasts renovated sleeping quarters, kitchen and bathroom, a sentry hut, a dining briefing room, a mini marina for our vessels, and helicopter landing site that can accommodate 2 helicopters. The earthworks there has been so extensive that we have now stabilized and halted the erosion that was occurring there. Again, Mr. Speaker, one of the little vignettes that occurred at the Sarstoon is when the helicopter was taking off. The helicopter landed and it took off, and we overheard one of our soldiers say, he said, "Now I feel like a soldier again." In that Plan Belize, this government, under the leadership of John Briceño, we're actually investing in the welfare of our soldiers and in the defense of our country, Mr. Speaker. I also want to report to you that we are now actively looking for the future relocation of our BDF air wing right here in Belmopan. Thanks to my colleague, to my brother-in-arm, to my personal brother from another mother, the member for Belmopan. We work together, Mr. Speaker. We really do. A lot of people envy the partnership we have. But, we're always discussing, looking ways how we could improve and doing our work better every single day. He is the one who is spearheading that effort to relocate and modernize how we will operate our BDF air wing, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the Coast Guard, we have completed the construction of the Belize Coast Guard Sector South headquarters at the port of Big Creek. Establishing a Coast Guard presence at Big Creek complements our national efforts in combating transnational and organized crime, allowing interdiction teams to deploy much more quickly from this station in coordination with the BDF Air Wing. This facility boasts 3 new buildings that houses the offices, kitchen, and dining areas of a dormitory. These infrastructure improvements have not only enhanced the quality of life for our personnel, but have also bolstered our operational capabilities, ensuring that we are well equipped to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Dangriga is also telling me that there are another place they want us to operate, and believe you me, once we have the space and the support, we're going to move. We need to keep protecting our country. Moreover, acquisitions of communication equipment, troop-carrying vehicles, handheld radios, computers, printers, and solar equipment have further increased our operational effectiveness, providing our forces with the tools they need to succeed in their mission. When it comes to professional development, Madam Speaker, many investments were made in the professional development of our personnel with a focus on enhancing their skills and capabilities. Various capacity building initiatives and training programs were conducted during the period to ensure that our forces are well prepared to tackle emerging threats and the challenges. This year, we added 119 soldiers and 60 sailors to the ranks of the BDF and the Belize Coast Guard, respectively. We have developed collaborative agreements with the Ministry of Education and educational institutions and foreign partners to provide our personnel with opportunities for advanced education and training, further enhancing their professional development and contributing to the overall effectiveness of our defense and border security operations. Madam Speaker, I believe there's someone who said progress brings problems. One of the challenges we're now facing in actively pursuing the education of our personnel in the BDF and the Coast Guard is that now we're kind of running short. We might be affecting our operational effectiveness if we begin to send a couple more people for study. So we now have the challenge now to ensure that we choose what and where and who will go study, because we don't want to hurt our operational effectiveness on the ground. In addition to our security efforts, we remain committed to humanitarian missions and disaster relief efforts, both local and international. Whether responding to natural disasters or helping communities in need, our forces consistently demonstrate compassion, courage, and resilience in the face of adversity. Although this occurred in the previous year, Madam Speaker, I believe the best example was how the BDF and the Coast Guard operated in the streets of Belize City, and I believe in parts of rural Central, to quickly bring order and to quickly help clean up the city. And if you notice, nobody remembers it right now. I mean, that's not a bad problem. It just said that how effective they were, that they came in, get the job, and moved out. So much so, a phrase was developed that I will never forget. And I fully support where they said it's only the BDF and the Coast Guard that have the discipline and work ethic to get the job done. For our future outlook, our priorities remain clear: to continue to invest in the development of our defense forces for the security and the stability of Belize. There are several future projects planned for 2024. The proposed construction of the Dolores Observation Post, an approved accommodation infrastructure for the officers and senior non-commissioned officers, construction of a headquarters building at Camp Belisario, Kaya District, and an equipped medical center, as well as rebuilding of the kitchen facility at Fairweather Camp, Toledo District. We will continue the building refurbishment at Price Barracks. We expect that the long-awaited duty-free commissary will come online early in this upcoming fiscal year. The Joint Readiness Training Center in Louisiana, USA will host approximately a platoon of BDF soldiers for 1 month training in 2024, in June 2024. The British Army Training Support Unit will provide more training courses in various strengths and capacities. Furthermore, a feasibility study is being conducted for the subsequent establishment of an officer cadet military academy in Belize. As the BDF continues to grow with an approved infantry battalion, the soldiers will be fully equipped, trained, and given the necessary weapons, ammunition, and tools to enhance their capabilities. The forecast of events 2024, along with its shared partners and stakeholders, will strive in its endeavors to ensure that our defense forces meet the challenges of tomorrow. Our ministry will review the Belize Defense Force and the Belize Coast Guard Acts to ensure that it is fit for purpose and that it meets the challenges we are facing Furthermore, a strategy to revamp the manner the BDF trains will include the standardization of doctrine, policies, and standard operational procedures. This re-strategizing outlook is part of the holistic approach that coincides with the establishment of the proposed Officer Cadet Military Academy in Belize. Madam Speaker, in the past, we depended heavily on our partners, and we still do, in particular for the training of our leaders. But we now have the capability in country, and there is nothing like homegrown solutions, and we will keep working with our international partners. But as I've communicated with our Minister of Education, my personal friend, the member for Freetown, we can collaborate now in creating this academy that will help us to be able to train our future leaders of the BDF and the Coast Guard. We have that capability. I have all the confidence in the University of Belize to do their part, as well as the military to do their part, that we can create a good military academy for our militaries in Belize. Madam Speaker, there's another thing too. A lot of people like to say, you know, this generation, they're not like the previous generation, and many kind of things, you know. I mean, I don't know which one this is, a Gen Z, I think we're in, or something like that. But when I work with the soldiers, Madam Speaker, and the sailors, you know, I don't fear the future. I don't fear the future in any which way with them. I believe that these young sailors and young soldiers, these young women officers and young men officers, I believe that they are fully capable that when the time comes, when the next generation comes to hand over the leadership and the defense of our country, they will do such an awesome job in the defense of our country. Madam Speaker, will you allow me to just welcome the, or will you do it? Thanks. Talking about the youths and the future for our country, I want to welcome these students, these future leaders from the Agriculture and Natural Resources Institute that was once called the Lynham College, where a lot of our current leaders graduated from. All right, please, welcome to the National Assembly, all right, and I hope you get to enjoy the debate and learn from us. A lot of the leaders in here, their parents went to the Lynham, so I am sure in the next 10, 15 years, some of you will take the mantle of leadership in this country, so keep up the good work. As I said, Madam Speaker, I don't fear the future of this young generation. I know when it's their time, they will take up the mantle and make us proud. We will continue to give priority to the professional development and welfare of our people, ensuring they are equipped with the skills, the knowledge, and the support they need to get the job done. We will also continue to build partnership, domestic and foreign, as we recognize that collective security requires collective action. This month is Women's Month, Madam Speaker, and I want to apologize to them. I was not able to attend the event at the Price Barracks, but we had a house meeting. But I want to wish all our female officers, our soldiers, our female Coast Guard officers and sailors all the best in Women's Month. And those of us in the ministry are proud of you, and we recognize what all you have brought to the defense of our country. In closing on this part, Madam Speaker, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the women and men of our armed forces whose dedication and professionalism and unwavering commitment have made these achievements possible. The Ministry of National Defense and Border Security has made remarkable progress in 2023, and we are poised to build upon these successes for years to come. Again, I think it's important for me to thank my brother, the member for Belmopan, and our CEO, retired General Tapia, for all the support and for all the work that they have done. It is teamwork, Madam Speaker. It is not a single man's or single woman's game. The military works on teamwork. I now, with your permission, Madam Speaker, would like to turn to my wonderful division, the division of Corozal Southeast, which I believe is the center of the universe, and to a little bit on our Corozal district. Before I continue, we are truly thankful and grateful to the wonderful citizens of Corozal Town who for 3 times in a row, have voted for Mayor Rigo Veos and his team for showing strong leadership in Corozal Town. Madam Speaker, the results were so good now we have broken the Altamira box again. That was once the stronghold of the UDP. That is not the truth anymore. The people of Altamira have spoken that they want to stay on track with the PUP because only with the PUP they get attention. My friend, Mayor Veos, is now a 3-term mayor and he has won back to back to back. And believe you me, Madam Speaker, he will keep on winning. In my division, the Corozal Southeast Division, Madam Speaker, roadworks can't done. Throughout the division, we constantly have road grading, road grading that we didn't have for 13 years in the time of the UDP. The irony is that those who criticize us right now are still the UDP, Madam Speaker, but during the UDP time, they kept quiet. They never criticized when the government ignored Corozal Southeast for 13 years. I was told a little story that one of them went to a shop to complain and they had to tell him, shut up, because you didn't do nothing for 13 years. When the government took away the Progreso San Esteban Road, the UDP government that is, you didn't say anything, so shut up, don't criticize. He had to walk away with his head bowed low and in shame. Madam Speaker, the jewel of the Corozal district and for my division is the Sartaneja-Corozal Road, which is nearing completion. And Madam Speaker, I would like your permission to give, I believe, a very important backdrop to the history of that division and to the history of this road. He has now passed away, but there was a wonderful gentleman, the late George Verde, who is a Belizean author and a Belizean patriot. And as a child, I remember going to Sartaneja and he would tell us the stories of when he was a child. That they as children would play pretend on the bikes and the old wheels of having a bus company or something because they said someday the road will be opened from Sartaneja to Corozal. In those times, there was no road. You had to go through by boat. And that brings it to the other part of that little vignette where my good friend, Dr. Carla Barnett, a lady who I have the deepest respect for, once told me the story that she, as a child, remembered going to Sartaneja on the boat and playing on the decks because her father was a policeman there and there was no road to reach Sartaneja. So, Madam Speaker, the PUP government in that time and over time started building that road. I, as a child, remember each phase of every year, year in, year out, the former era rep, happened to be my father, working diligently to open up road access to Sartaneja and to the neighboring villages. There's also a watershed moment, Madam Speaker, where in 1993, the PUP built a road from Progreso to Pueblo Nuevo Bank and Corozal, and a road from Corozal Town to Pueblo Nuevo Bank. But the UDP won the elections then, and for spite, for vindictiveness, they refused to put a ferry or a bridge there. They used to say, oh, the era rep only want to go to the farm, that's why they don't want no ferry or no bridge there. Now, again, they're the ones who has the greatest complaint whenever something goes wrong with the ferry, Madam Speaker. It was in the year 2000 that the PUP opened the Pueblo Nuevo ferry, and in 2007, the PUP, again, only under the PUP, the Laguna Seca ferry was built. That is how we have both ferries in the Corozal district between Corozal Town and Sartaneja, Madam Speaker. Right now, as an update, paving continue on the road, and the Laguna Seca bridge is almost complete. I have spoken with OECC who say that They will finish the Pueblo Nuevo Bridge by year's end, and in discussing with them, they say they will have the road fully ready within the contract period. I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan for this generous loan given to Belize to improve the lives of the people in the north, in particular to the people in my division. Turning to another road, Madam Speaker, I want to give big thank you, I see he's come back into the room, to the Prime Minister for supporting the Progreso San Esteban paving again, Madam Speaker. Again, allow me to give a little backdrop. As they would say, it is like deja vu all over again. Because under the previous PUP government, all the monies were there to finish the paving of Progreso San Esteban. And the UDP came in and took that money, stole that money and sent it to Belize City. And so now we've had to wait 14 years or more before paving starts again, and only under a PUP government. Prime Minister, thank you very much for this. This is where, like I said, the UDP, they complain, oh, they should have paved the road. Well, if you never allow your government to take it, it may have done paved long time ago. Only under the PUP it's going to be coming back. Madam Speaker, we are working diligently with MIDH to continue grade the streets and upkeep of all the roads in the division. I'm not really to worry much. I still want to lobby hard with my good friend Julius. Pinch ears, leave it if I have to. See if we now and again give me a few extra grading in small places, nothing big, just not few much, no? In our division, Madam Speaker, we have assisted over 400 students in tuition assistance. Previously, only UDP used to get. And well, I would have tried to scrape up something. But right now, Madam Speaker, I've made a policy that as long as the student reach me, as long as I get to know they need some support, I help them. I no need to know their colors or their parents' colors. I just need to know that they are in school, because as the old adage go, Madam Speaker, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Corozal Southeast will always support its young people, those who want to improve themselves in education, Madam Speaker. I am working closely with the Sartaneja Baptist High School, thanks to Minister Front, thanks to the Minister of Education, who is helping me save that school and including that, I don't remember the terminology, but something for helping with it, paying the teachers, because they've been struggling for years. They were ignored, again, for years by the UDP. I also want to big up the Minister of Education again for including Trunush St. Viator High School for the, what is it, free education or free tuition? Complete support from the government of Belize for the students of Trunush St. Viator. Madam Speaker, such things only happen under the PUP, only happen under Plan Belize. I also need to add right now, and he's out, to thank my buddy, the member for Toledo West, who is helping us as well to dig a well for that school. They have an excellent agriculture program, Madam Speaker, so I will have to invite my friend from the Minister of Agriculture. Again, in our division, we have now completed to have given about 450 land documents that include land certificates, permission to survey, purchase price, lease approval, and the like for our constituent. A lot of work has been done in this area, Madam Speaker, and we still have a lot more work to get done. As Mr. Price said, nation building is for giants. We have on the table village expansion proposals that are underway for Ranchito and San Joaquin, proposals for Progreso, Sartaneja, Calcutta, Trunush, Caledonia, and Capabanc are on the pipeline for its consideration and approval. I want to big up my buddy, my friend from Lekai, the Deputy Prime Minister, for this huge effort and this huge support he is giving to us. I also want to thank the people in his staff in that ministry, because I've seen them in their clinics, Madam Speaker. When then they jam, they know they play, then they get things done. And we appreciate it, because the Belizean people, in particular the Belizean people in the Corozal Southeast Division, needs to resolve their land issues. When it comes to medical assistance, Madam Speaker, in just over the past 3 months, we have assisted 150 persons. I need to report that the NHI clinic, Minister for Health, is working super in the village of Chunush. Every day it is filled with people who need their services. And again, I want to thank our Prime Minister and Plan Belize for providing that, because now, under Plan Belize, all of the Corozal district and Corozal Southeast is covered by NHI. As an elected rep, Madam Speaker, this is huge, not just for the benefit to the people, but it also impacts the reps too, because, Madam Speaker, from the inception that clinic was open, the amount of requests for medical support fell significantly in my division. So I know just by that is one of the barometers of success of what the NHI brings to the Corozal Southeast Division. When it comes to sports, Madam Speaker, that is a huge factor for us. I am regularly supporting sports for our young people. We also have two of our football teams that are playing, I believe, nationally, the one in Sartaneja and the one in Caledonia. And actually, they sent to school the football team from Belmopan. My friend from Belmopan might get vexed, but I don't care. We teach them how to play real football. Up north, we know how to do it. Yeah. More and more, Madam Speaker, I mean, we all know this, more and more, sports is becoming more important in our division. It was always been important, but I am noticing how important it is. We need to support it, because I'm beginning to see an added plague in the division, the use of drugs. So I try my best to support these young people and hopefully to be able to combat that dreaded plague in some way or the other. Again, Madam Speaker, I want to thank our Prime Minister who, because of him, we have signed with PAC to install a new reverse osmosis water system in Sartaneja. We have not forgotten that for 13 years they left us with a rundown water system, that we now have to replace this system, Madam Speaker. That is, honestly, in my view, a crime. But we're working on it. We're not to complain. We roll up our sleeves and get it done. Additionally, Madam Speaker, and this is parallel to that, in the village of Chunush, Madam Speaker, the previous PUP government in 2007 left the most modern, the most technological, advanced, at the time, reverse osmosis system in the country in Chunush. When the UDP came in, Madam Speaker, and they took it over, within 3 months, the reverse osmosis system ceased working to this day. When we got in, Madam Speaker, they had like a little pump there, so they try pump water into the village. There's a reason. There was a reason why we need reverse osmosis in that village for that water. The neglect was so much that the water tank, Madam Speaker, we had to bring that down. You can imagine that? Water tank, we had to destroy that because we're going to have to rebuild that too. So we have to rebuild the reverse osmosis system. We'll get a new one. We have to rebuild the water tank to be able to provide fresh, potable water to the village of Chunush, Madam Speaker. I think that's a crime what these people did, neglecting that significant investment for the village at Chunush, Madam Speaker. As well, we also have many other projects going on in our village. No? Madam Speaker, for example, in the Ranchito village, I'm working with the village council to fix up their community center. I have worked very close with the Ranchito government school in support of their work, and we're also trying to fix up the football field that is constantly in use. In Calcutta, we're endeavoring very hard to fix up the Amin Jamid Manzanero football field that again was abandoned by the UDP. This young man, Amin Jamid Manzanero, has passed away, Madam Speaker. He was a personal friend, and so I take a little bit of pride in hoping we can do him justice. He was an avid football player, and so we are proud that this football stadium will be named after him from the village of Calcutta. In San Joaquin, again, I'm working with the village council to fix up the community center and fixing up their stadium. Again, neglect. We're fixing it up so that the people can play football. We all know that San Joaquin is the center of football in this whole country, bar none. Who could get vex? Get vex. Yes, of course. In the village of Caledonia, Madam Speaker, which once was a UDP village, particularly under the UDP time, completely ignored by their government. I am working very closely with them, again, to fix their football field, to help the upkeep of the water system, to giving new house lots, and as well regularly upgrading their streets, Madam Speaker. We are also working, and this one I particularly look forward to us achieving because this is with the villagers. We're trying to get a pump that will assist the farmers where that they will just go to the riverside, pump up the water, and take that water to the farmers for their fields. The purpose of that is that it will alleviate the pressures on the water system because, you know, farmers get up very early and they get the water for their fields. So at the same time where everybody is waking up, taking their shower and cooking and all that stuff, so it put a pressure on the water system. With this project, we hope it will help us alleviate that burden. In Progreso, Madam Speaker, along with the Minister of Education again, we're working to see how we could build an auditorium for the Roman Catholic school. We're upgrading the lagoon side. It's a beautiful lagoon in Progreso, Madam Speaker, and we're building little touch huts with their little barbecue grill so that the people, when they visit, they could go, you know, sit down at the huts, take a little bath in the lagoon, and as well, you know, do them barbecue and all that stuff. Now, we're trying to accommodate for visitors in the area, and now with the paving that's going to be happening, we are expecting more and more visitors to be coming along to the beautiful village of Progreso. We have also upgraded the football field with the basic necessities, something basic as a bathroom, Madam Speaker. In the village of Capabanc, I am working along with the school to help build some of the basic infrastructure for the young students. Again, we're fixing the lagoon front because of this same land erosion that is happening. We're trying to see how we could stop that from the village and be able to keep protecting the lagoon front in that area. In the village of Chunush, Madam Speaker, I'm working with all the schools that need urgent repairs. Again, because of the neglect of the UDP government, a lot of these schools are now going under urgent repairs, and I'm actively engaging with them, and we're working together as partners to help continue with the maintenance of these schools, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Corozal Southeast will soon take its place alongside San Pedro and Placencia and others as one of the prime tourist centers because of all the water sides that it has. And we're already starting. I want to make a personal pitch, with your permission, to invite the country to visit Sarteneja, Chunush, Capabanc, and Progreso. Because all these villages with PUP village councillors will be having Easter activities. So I know, come one, come all, I know you all will enjoy a good time out there. I need at this moment to big up again my friend, Minister of Tourism, member for Pickstock, for committing to help us out, and he will pave 1 mile of street in the Sarteneja village, works that have already begun, and he will designate it a magical village. Well, it was already a magical village, but he will just make it official now. All right. Also, thanks to my colleague from the Caribbean Shores, we'll be getting 2 police in the area. And well, I now need to close, Madam Speaker, and in closing, I want to completely express my full gratitude to the people of Corozal Southeast for their confidence. I promised them, and I'm doing it as best as I know how, to work very hard to deliver for them. We have a lot of activities going on in there. I also want to thank the elected village councils in Corozal Southeast, Madam Speaker. I must say, I'm lucky with these elected officials in the villages because they're all working. I don't have to be behind them. On the contrary, sometimes I have to tell them, hey, hold on a bit, hold on. You know, we need to kind of slow it down a little bit. But I prefer it that way because they're always moving for their village. You know, I want to big up my friend Lucio Guerrero from Sarteneja, Waldino Santoya from Chunush, Andy Arguelles from Capabanc, Hector Casio Carlos from Progreso, Salomon, Alice and Moncho from Caledonia, Florencio Javier Martinez from San Joaquin, Deborah Innes from Calcutta, and Francisco Vela from Ranchito. These are all the leaders of my villages, Madam Speaker, and all of them are very hard-working people. I now also need to turn to my chairman, the Sincero Julio Sol, in the audience, who is a very strong supporter and a very hard worker, and my secretary, Mrs. Susan Daniels. Together, they have a superhuman ability to make the most difficult task easy for me and for the administration of this constituency. Thanks. Thanks to my family for the support, which I clearly couldn't survive in this work, in this heavy work. I appreciate it. And, Madam Speaker, I want you and the country to know that I unequivocally support this budget, porque el futuro no se detiene. Thank you.
Member, I'll ask if you could just take the mic off. Thank you. I recognize the member for Cayo West.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues, Belizeans, and more specifically, the wonderful people of Cayo West, a pleasant good afternoon. Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I'd like to firstly welcome the 28 students joining us from ANRI and led by Principal Victoria Gongora. Thank you and welcome. And likewise, my team, from Cayo West, Mr. Raymond Cox, one of my managers, Shaheen Polido, a counselor, Elwell Lisby, president of the youth group. Welcome. Now, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I'd like to firstly deal with some of the wishful thinking of the leader of the opposition. He made mention, Madam Speaker, that he will be the next leader of opposition with such surety. But, Madam Speaker, he asked the Prime Minister to call elections now. That, Madam Speaker, is showing us weakness on his side and wants elections to be called, perhaps because he is afraid to be removed or challenged for the leadership, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the same way I believe the leader of the opposition is instilling to the mayor of San Ignacio, Santa Elena, that they will win 25 seats and win all 4 seats, Cayo North, Cayo Northeast, Cayo Central, and Cayo West. That, Madam Speaker, is a wishful thinking. I say to you, Mr. Leader of the opposition, it's sad to see that none of them is on the other side representing the people of this country as well. But, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say to the leader of the opposition, you are off track and need to stay on track. Benque municipal election was won by more than 600 votes. And that's because the people are seeing the investment of this PUP government under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño. So next general elections, what do you think will happen? And I can assure you, Cayo West will win, rest assured. And so will the rest of the Cayo district, Cayo Northeast, Cayo North, and likewise Cayo Central. So, Madam Speaker, let me start off by wishing you all, the women of this nation, a happy Women's Month. A happy Women's Month to you, Madam Speaker, and all our beautiful, hard-working Belizean women. I also want to thank the voters of Benqueviejo del Carmen for exercising their right to vote and for re-electing PUP to Benqueviejo Town Council. This massive victory at the polls, Madam Speaker, shows the confidence the good people in Benque and by extension Cayo West in the People's United Party. That said, Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of 2024-2025 budget estimates. The people of Cayo West, who I proudly represent, supports this budget. They are experiencing development and progress in our area that has long eluded this constituency. I will quickly highlight the many accomplishments the 2023-2024 budget supported in my constituency. Thanks to the kind assistance our Prime Minister and member for Orangewack, Central, and my other colleagues on this side of the House, and the patience and support of the residents of Cayo West, we were able to accomplish the following. Under tourism development, the tourism development in Cayo West is pivotal for economic growth, job creation, and cultural preservation. Cayo West's rich natural beauty, including ancient Maya ruins and lost rainforests, presents immense potential to attract visitors. By investing in tourism, infrastructure, and sustainable practices, Cayo West can harness these assets to drive local businesses, to create employment opportunities, and to safeguard its unique heritage for future generations. In line with this, works are undergoing for the following projects: constructions of a new cultural center in San Jose Socos Village. Final negotiations are being completed for the constructions of a hammock bridge to cross the Mopan River, which will allow visitors to access the agricultural or the archaeological site at San Antonich when the Mopan River is flooded. We are also working with the honorable member from Pigstack for us to have the first of its kind symposium for the tourism sector in Cayo West. This will enable the stakeholders to develop a unique Cayo West tourism product. On behalf of the hard-working people of Cayo West, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to my colleague from Pigstock for his unwavering support for Cayo West. Under infrastructure development is crucial for Cayo West as it enhances connectivity, stimulates economic growth, and improves residents' quality of life. With well-maintained roads and bridges, Cayo West can attract investment, facilitate the transportation of goods and services to ensure access to essential services and amenities. By prioritizing infrastructural projects, Cayo West can lay the foundation for sustainable development and prosperity, benefiting both current and future generations. Works have commenced on the long-awaited upgrading of the George Price Highway from San Ignacio Town to Benqueviejo del Carmen, thanks to the People's United Party and Plan Belize. Work continues on the construction and upgrading of streets in Benqueviejo, including the paving of 12 streets with hawkmits, upgrading of sports facilities, the opening of new farm roads with culverts and replacement of old culverts, enhancing our communities' accessibilities and connectivity. Under housing initiatives, housing development is essential for our residents as it addresses the growing demand for affordable and quality housing options. By providing adequate housing, the constituency can improve living standards, promote community stability, and foster social cohesion. Additionally, housing development contributes to economic growth by creating jobs in constructions and relating industries, ensuring access to safe and secure housing in fundamental and enhancing the overall well-being and prosperity of residents in Cayo West. We've constructed 14 houses for families in need, alongside offering additional housing support, underscoring our commitment to ensuring secure living conditions for our residents. On behalf of the residents of Cayo West, I would like to issue a big thank you to you, my colleague from Cayo South. Under education assistance, educational development is paramount for Cayo West as it empowers individuals, drive economic progress, and cultivates a skillful workforce. By investing in education, we can unlock the potential of our youth, equipping them with the knowledge and skills necessary for success in a competitive global economy, improving access to quality education, foster social mobility, reduces poverty, and build a foundation for sustainable development. Ultimately, educational development in Cayo West is essential for unlocking opportunities and shaping a brighter future for generations to come. Grants, scholarships, and school supplies have been provided to students across all education levels, supporting our youth's academic endeavors in Cayo West. On behalf of the residents of Cayo West, I would like to thank my colleague from Freetown for his continued support to the residents of Cayo West. Under healthcare enhancement, access to quality healthcare in Cayo West is essential for ensuring the well-being and longevity of our residents with adequate access to medical services. Individuals can receive timely care, prevent of diseases, and manage chronic conditions effectively. Moreover, accessible healthcare promotes early detections and treatment, leading to improved health outcome and reduced healthcare costs in the long run. Prioritizing access to healthcare in Cayo West is critical for promoting equity, fostering community resilience, and enhancing overall quality of life. The donation of an ambulance to Benqueviejo town and medical supplies to the local clinic has significantly bolstered our healthcare response capacity. On behalf of the residents of Cayo West, I'd like to thank my colleague from Orinduak East for his support, the residents of Cayo West. Ministry of Natural Resources. Land ownership in Cayo West is crucial for the fostering economic empowerment, community stability, social progress. By granting individuals and families the opportunity to own land, we promote wealth creation, encourage investment, and stimulate local entrepreneurship. Land ownership also provides a sense of security and belonging, empowering residents to build permanent homes and establish roots within the community. Furthermore, access to land enables agriculture development, promoting food security and sustainable livelihood. Prioritizing land ownership in Cayo West is fundamental for fostering prosperity and enhancing the overall well-being of our residents. Over the past year, 2 mobile land clinics were held in Benque Viejo. The seasons were dedicated to assisting residents with securing essential documents and facilitating home ownership through the distribution of house lot and farmlands in San Jose Socots, Benqueviejo del Carmen, Cala Creek, and Arenal. On behalf of the residents in Cayo West, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to my colleague from Lake Eye for his support from the residents of beautiful Cayo West. Vital statistics. Improving vital statistics in our constituency is critical for enhancing public health initiatives, guiding policies, decisions, and allocating resources effectively. Accurate and comprehensive vital statistics such as birth and death registration data provide valuable insight to population demographics, health trends, and disease prevalence. By improving vital statistics system, the constituency can better identify health disparities, target interventions, and monitor progress toward health-related goals. Moreover, reliable vital statistics support evidence-based decision-making, facilitating resource allocated, and promote transparency in healthcare delivery. Promote mobile vital statistics clinic. Nourishing the community. Social assistance in Cayo West plays a vital role in supporting vulnerable individuals and families, promoting social inclusion, and reducing poverty by assisting the grocery bags for those in need and funeral support during challenging times. The constituency fosters a compassionate and supportive community environment, and social assistance programs not only address immediate needs, but also contribute to long-term resilience and well-being. Prioritizing social assistance demonstrates a commitment to caring for all members of society and building more equitable and cohesive community. Our ongoing monthly grocery bag distribution program underscores our commitment to prevent residents from facing food security and the donations of casket to support families during their difficult times. Support sports and cultural development. Investment in sports infrastructure has been a priority, including sponsoring tournaments and planning a new culture center to enrich our communities. Notably, new lights were installed at Cala Creek Football Field, San Jose Socots, Arenal, and Estadio Amin Egar, enhancing our sports facilities and encouraging community participation. Under community upkeep and expansion, regular financial support for village maintenance ensure a well-kept, vibrant environment, efforts to expand town boundaries, and protect the heritage of our areas aim to provide more land for the improvement of both living and working conditions of our residents. To top off this past budget year, Madam Speaker, again this year, I would like to thank our Prime Minister and his CEO, Ms. Narda Garcia, and the Community Development Fund. We have lent monthly monetary support to all 3 villages, namely San Jose Socots, Arenal, and Cala Creek, to assist our councils in meeting their mandates and responsibilities. Let us now turn to the new budget and highlight what's in it for Cayo West and what's our plans going forward. Let me quickly highlight those, Madam Speaker. We will continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism as we work on the completion of the Cultural Center in San Jose Socots and construction of a hammock bridge across the Mopan River, the first of its kind tourism symposium for the stakeholders in Kayowes. We will continue to work with the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Benqueviejo Town Council to improve infrastructure in Benqueviejo Town. As we speak, massive works are taking place in the paving of streets with hot mix in Benque. The people of Arenal Village are looking forward to the paving of the Arenal Road in the new fiscal year. That was a promise by the Prime Minister, and we do hope that under this fiscal year it comes true, Prime Minister. This will be a major improvement for the residents of Arenal, Vaca, and the Waterhole area. The upgrading of the George Price Highway will continue. In continued collaboration with MIDH for the construction of the houses for our single parents in Kayowes. Under education, free education for students attending Mopan Technical High School in Benqueviejo Town, a major accomplishment for our residents of Kayowes, thanks to the Prime Minister and Plan Belize, and also Minister Fonseca in the Ministry of Education. That is a great achievement for our youths and country of Belize. The healthcare rolling out of NHI in Kayowes is included in this new budget. This initiative will have a major impact on the quality of healthcare for our residents in the Kayowes. Thank you, Prime Minister. And final arrangements are being made to complete the process to properly delineating the boundaries for Benqueviejo and San Jose Socots, Calacric, and Arenal, being the first constituency to have proper legal boundaries for all our villages and our towns. Madam Speaker, our people in Benque, Calacric, San Jose Socots, Corozalito, and Arenal, main concerns is their access to farmland, residential lots, housing, education, affordable and reliable food supply, and jobs. Our main objectives is to provide the environment for our people to work and being able to provide for their families. Honorable Member of Orangeoak East, we in Cayo West humbly request of you and your ministry to assist us in finding ways to upgrade the medical clinic in Benque with a catchment of some 20,000 persons serving the entire constituency. Upgrading the medical clinic in Benque to a polyclinic will greatly improve the quality of health care in Kayowes. We know your commitment and dedication, Member for Orangeoak East. Thanks for all you have done and will continue to do for Kayowes. Madam Speaker, in a part of the proposed expansion area for Benqueviejo Town, and with the growth in population, utilities expansion is anticipated. May I also indicate, Madam Speaker, that San Jose Socots is also in need of water and electrical expansion, and we will continue to knock on doors so that our people can have access to these vital services. Madam Speaker, there is one project I spoke about last year that is still in the pipeline, namely the San Jose Socots Bypass Road. That would allow our people of Benqueviejo all-weather access to the rest of Belize. These projects are still very much alive, and we are very close to raising the final funds needed for their full implementation. Madam Speaker, let me close by reiterating the fact that these accomplishments not only demonstrate my dedication to improving the lives of my constituents, but it also demonstrates this POP administration and Plan Belize drive to promoting community development in Kayowes. I will continue to work tirelessly to support my constituents. To residents of Kayowes, remember that we are in this together. Let us make 2024 a year filled with major accomplishment. Let us not waver or doubt our abilities to leave a lasting legacy for our children and grandchildren. Let us continue to work for a Kayowes that we'll all be proud of. Madam Speaker, we the people of Kayowes fully support this budget. We thank you.
I recognize the member for Port Loyola.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, I ask your permission to refer to my notes. First, I must say a warm welcome to the students of Anri Youth Institute to this budget debate. Secondly, I must express warm greetings to the residents of Port Loyola who have given me the opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, I now take the opportunity to make my contribution to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2024-2025. Madam Speaker, to fully appreciate the achievements of this administration in building a better country for our Belizeans over the last 3 years, it is important to note a few of the many challenges it had to deal with since taking office. First, it had to deal with COVID, Hurricane Lisa, and the wars in Ukraine and Palestine that have resulted in the high cost of imported goods and many other challenges over which Belize has no control. Secondly, it must be recalled that the previous administration left the country broke. In the latter part of their 13-year reign, corruption in government was at the highest level in the history of the country. Exports were on steep decline. Unemployment was extremely high at over 10%, and crime, including murders, was rampant. In the final year before the previous administration was voted out of office in November 2020, it was so strapped for cash that it had to resort to borrowing $1 million per day just to pay salaries. Madam Speaker, as a result of the uncaring, selfish, and greedy policies of the previous administration for 13 years, when they were voted out of office in 2020, more Belizeans were in poverty than when they were elected to office in 2008. Despite over $600 million from Petro-Caribbean, over $400 million from oil, and millions of dollars in new loans. Madam Speaker, that's the proof that their slogan, Belize is always better with the UDP, is just empty rhetoric. Madam Speaker, despite the unavoidable challenges, this administration made tremendous progress in addressing the needs of the nation with its present budgets. With sound fiscal policies, this administration turned the economy around. Exports of cattle, grains, sugar, and many other products are on a steady increase. There is now tremendous foreign direct investment in the country, with continuous increase in BPOs or call centers, new factories, and major expansion of the sugar industry and local banks in addition to other businesses. And lest anyone forget, Madam Speaker, it is this PUP administration, led by Prime Minister Briceño, that has replaced the unbearable super bond with the manageable blue bond. Madam Speaker, this administration is fulfilling its promise in Plan Belize to make life better for the Belizean people, with hundreds of concrete starter homes for deserving single mothers, with the issuance of 20,000 lots to first-time landowners, paving of miles of streets and roads in urban and rural areas, expanding water, electricity and telephone services in new areas of the country, improving sporting facilities, and expanding educational opportunities from primary school to university to help ensure Belizeans have greater access to a better standard of living. Madam Speaker, this administration of Prime Minister Briceño proves it is serious about making life better for the Belizean people with the building of the new Halover Bridge and other bridges, and the buyback of the Port of Belize and the Bolido and Latry, with huge benefits for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, Plan Belize is at work in taking Belizeans out of poverty, with this government's increase of the minimum wage from $3.30 per hour to $5 per hour, to the benefit of over 40,000 low-income employees. And Plan Belize is at work with the promotion of investment that has enabled thousands of Belizeans to find employment to uplift their families. Madam Speaker, this administration has created so many jobs in the country over the last 3 years that the rate of employment has fallen from over 10% during the UDP 13-year reign to less than 3.5% today. This administration truly deserves praise for its sound economic policies that has resulted in the lowest rate of employment in Belize and the region. Madam Speaker, this administration deserves credit for using government revenue to expand NHI to the Orange Walk district, where over 20,000 residents are now benefiting from quality health care at greatly discounted prices. And this administration deserves credit for laying the groundwork for a new hospital in Belmopan and San Pedro Town with its budget for 2023-2024. Madam Speaker, I will now focus on a few of the many achievements of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport. Honorable Rodwell Ferguson is in charge of the ministry, and I'm happy to serve as his Minister of State. Madam Speaker, Minister Ferguson is a hardworking and dedicated person. He is result-oriented in serving the people. That is one of the reasons why he is unbeatable in his division of Stan Creek West. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Transport, concrete steps have been taken to encourage bus operators to respond to the cry of commuters for better service by upgrading their equipment. In that regard, road service permits are being extended from 2 years to a maximum of 10 years to make it easier for bus operators to secure loans to upgrade their equipment. With this plan, the length of a road service permit is dependent on the air and condition of the bus. Since later model buses have more comfort and a higher price tag, such buses will be the beneficiary of road service permits for longer periods. Madam Speaker, in an effort to further upgrade the transportation industry in the country, the ministry has partnered with UNDP on a project to determine which type of electric buses would be most efficient and profitable for our cities and highways. It is a pleasure to know that 2 of the electric buses for Belize City are already in the municipality. Madam Speaker, in empowering the youth of Belize, the Department of Youth Services has launched an entrepreneurial drive in which it mentors young persons in managing a small business successfully and offer them a small grant in supplies to enable them to offer better service to the public. The Department of Youth Services also motivates or encourages young people to pursue their dreams with its annual Youth Award Show. Madam Speaker, in the promotion of sports, the National Sports Council conducts training in volleyball, basketball, and football at the primary school level and holds a national competition for all 3 sports yearly. The National Sports Council also conducted a symposium with the different sporting organizations to discuss the best ways to use available resources to promote sports to a higher level in the country. And the National Sports Council assisted with the sponsorship of athletes who won gold, silver, and bronze medals abroad in different sporting events for the country. Belize was also the host of a number of disciplines in the Codicador Games for 2023. Madam Speaker, as the area representative for Port Loyola, I will share a few of the many achievements for the division in the last fiscal year, 2023-2024. First, more than 300 residents of Port Loyola became first-time landowners, thanks to the close cooperation between myself, the area representative, and Deputy PM and Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Cordell Hyde. With this full support of the Deputy PM, in May 2023, a land clinic was held in Port Loyola, and it enabled many residents to receive land documents that had been pending for months and years. And with the driving force of Deputy PM Hyde, plans are well underway to enable residents of Penn Road Extension to obtain leases and titles for the land on which they have been building a community for decades. Madam Speaker, through the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing under Minister Julius Espat, 9 deserving single mothers of my division have been provided with starter homes that are concrete, durable, and built for easy expansion at a manageable rate of only $25 weekly to own. Additionally, there are several more starter homes for the residents of Port Loyola in the making. Through MIDH, dozens of deserving persons from Port Loyola have also been the beneficiary of housing grants to repair their homes. Madam Speaker, with the support of MIDH and the Belize City Council, headed by Mayor Bernard Wagner, in 2023, there were major improvements to a number of streets in the Port Loyola Division. Neil Penn Road, one of the longest streets in the area, T Street, and the portion of Cesar Ridge between Central American Boulevard and Reggae Street were rebuilt with concrete, and the main Carl Thompson Street was paved. Several other streets in the divisions were also upgraded. Madam Speaker, thanks to Minister of Youth, Sports and Transport, Honorable Radel Ferguson, and Minister of Tourism, Anthony Mahler, in 2023, there were also major improvements in sporting facilities in Port Loyola. After over 20 years of neglect by the previous area representative, the basketball court in the Genosha area of the division was resurfaced, new concrete bleachers were built, and a much-needed football field has just been completed for the youths and other residents in the community. In the month of February, 4 consecutive basketball marathons with attractive prizes were held at the courts in Genosha, O'Neill's Pen Road, Kana Central American Boulevard and Farbers Road, and Caesar Ridge. Madam Speaker, thanks to Minister of Education, Honorable Francis Fonseca, scores of residents of my division have been assisted with education grants. Furthermore, as air representative for Port Loyola, dozens of residents of the division have been assisted with small grants, small business grants, and employment opportunities to put them in a better position to improve their lives and their community. Also, Madam Speaker, Belize Electricity Limited is in the process of installing street lights in specific areas of the division to deter crime and make the community safer for all its residents. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, March 6, the residents of Port Loyola and the vast majority of other Belizeans in Belize City and the other 7 municipalities showed tremendous appreciation for the work of the present PUP administration led by Prime Minister John Briceño. Madam Speaker, the Belizean people showed that support by the thousands on March 6 in rejecting the UDP and staying on track with the People's United Party. As a result of that wise choice, the final vote in Belize City and 6 of the other 8 municipalities was more than 2 to 1 in most cases in favor of the People's United Party, thus ensuring the party's massive victory at the polls. Madam Speaker, the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 is for $1.5 billion. Thanks to the good economic policies of this administration, that is an increase of $100 million over the previous budget of $1.4 billion. It must be pointed out, however, that this new budget has no new taxes. In a similar way, the previous 3 budgets of this administration also did not include any new taxes. Madam Speaker, with proper management of the nation's resources by this administration, 27 cents of every dollar is available for needed community projects. That is an increase of 5 cents more than the 23 cents of every dollar that was available for community projects under the previous administration as a result of their incompetence and massive corruption. Madam Speaker, the funding and programs outlined in the new budget will be of tremendous benefit to Belizeans across the length and breadth of this country. Special attention, however, must be made of the additional $2 million to improve sporting facilities in the country, $34 million for the long-needed hospital in San Pedro Town, $90 million for a new hospital in Belmopan that was long needed, and $35 million to expand NHI in new areas of the country. Madam Speaker, it must be reiterated that this administration's wise buyback of the Bolido and lottery for the first, Madam Speaker, it must be reiterated that with this administration's wise buyback of the Bolido and lottery, for the first time, the millions of dollars in profits from that gaming operation will be used to help finance important community projects such as sports and healthcare in the country instead of fattening the accounts of the previous owners. Madam Speaker, since most of the other spending and programs for fiscal year 2024-25 will be covered by other speakers on the budget, if they have not mentioned those already, I will now focus on some basic things the residents of Port Layola are requesting to enable them to live in a better community, a community that they can all be proud of. Madam Speaker, before this administration was elected to office in November 2020, Port Layola was one of the most neglected divisions in Belize City for decades. Even when there were 6 powerful UDP ministers of government from Southside for 13 years with the previous administration, nothing significant was done to improve the lives of the residents of the area. After over 20 years of neglect by the UDP, since 2018, the residents of Port Layola got on track with the People's United Party and myself, and the rest is history. Belize City Council election 2018, Port Layola blue. General election 2020, Port Layola blue. Belize City Council election 2021, Port Layola blue. Belize City Council election 2024, Port Layola blue. Madam Speaker, in relation to the work in Port Layola, I will refer to the leader of the nation, Honorable George Price, when he said, "Much work has been done, but more work remains to be done." Madam Speaker, Port Layola needs a lot of work on street improvements in all 3 areas of the division. On behalf of the residents of the division, I call on the government to grasp every opportunity to provide the necessary funding to MIDH and the Belize City Council to enable them to concrete or pave the following streets: Freedom Street, the main Genosha Boulevard, Louis Bevan Street, Arel Hill Street, and the 2 streets by the public pipes in the Genosha area of the division. Madam Speaker, the urgency of those works cannot be overstated, since those streets have only been graded for years and years. Whenever vehicles travel on them, the dust severely hinders visibility, and it is a major health hazard to the community. Secondly, because the streets by the 2 public pipes are only graded, huge water holes easily develop on them in the rainy season, making them almost impossible for use by vehicles and pedestrians, including school children. Madam Speaker, for the past 3 years, the residents of Port Layola, including Donald Usher, I hope he's listening, and Mr. Whitty, I hope he's listening also, have been pleading for 3 short streets in the division to access their land to build their homes without any success. Each of those streets are less than the space between 2 lampposts, and both the mayor and the deputy mayor of Belize City have visited those areas without any progress in the work. Thankfully, Prime Minister Briseno took the opportunity to visit one of the areas and see the concern of the people for himself. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Port Layola, I'm asking the government to take advantage of every opportunity to provide MIDH with more funding for housing and housing assistance. That is a necessity because many more residents in Port Layola are really in need of starter homes, and a number of persons who have their own homes, especially senior citizens, simply do not have the funds for needed repairs and consequently suffer with leaking roofs or sidings in the rainy season. Madam Speaker, I also ask the government to spare no effort to access funding for the Ministry of Natural Resources to enable Deputy PM Hyde to make over 200 more lots available for first-time landowners in the division, with the survey of national land on Gibson Street near the George Price Highway and the completion of the survey for Penwood Extension. Madam Speaker, I'm happy for the people of many divisions when their area representative or area residents speak of how many new bridges, new roads, and other infrastructure works to the tune of millions of dollars have been completed in their areas with government funding. I therefore invite all ministers, all parliamentarians, and all members of the Belize City Council to do everything possible to ensure the maximum possible funding is available to other divisions that are in need of major infrastructure work with streets, drains, housing, and utility expansion, among other things. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to encourage the government to spare no effort to ensure the development of the Port of Belize, either for bulk cargo or for cruise tourism or boat, because such development will lead to major upliftment in Port Loyola and the wider Belize city. Madam Speaker, to ensure a victory in the general election next year for this administration of Prime Minister Briceño, that has done so many good things in building a Belize for all Belizeans, we must all stay on track in working together and serving the best interests of the Belizean people at all times. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Port Loyola, I fully support the budget for fiscal year 2024-25. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk, Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me start off before I ask to get into my presentation to kindly acknowledge the presence of my CEO and the Director of Hospital Services and Allied Health and all our medical professionals across the country. And today, Madam Speaker, we at the same time celebrate World Tuberculosis Day and simultaneously World Down Syndrome Day. And just want to reiterate the ministry's commitment in ending the global TB epidemic, a condition that continues to affect millions of lives.
Apologies, member. We need to have quorum. We are short of one. Procedurally, I really need to ask you to halt. I'll wait 5 minutes. We do not have quorum in the chamber. Essentially, the meeting will have to be adjourned. We have quorum. You can proceed.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying earlier, we celebrate World Tuberculosis Day and just wanted to reiterate our commitment to end this very but curable disease, and at the same time indicate to our people that while we celebrate World Down Syndrome Day, we want to ensure that we embrace diversity and strive to create a world where every person is valued, respected, and given the opportunity to lead a fulfilling life. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the Revenue and Appropriations Bill for the fiscal year 2024-2025, and I would ask for me to refer to my notes. Let me start off, Madam Speaker, by thanking my great people and my gratitude to the amazing people of Orange Walk East, who once again expressed their trust and confidence in me and the People's United Party. And this was obvious, Madam Speaker, from the recent municipal elections results in Orange Walk Town, where more than 80% of the votes casted affirm that the people of Orange Walk East said, for us, there is no turning back. We want to stay on track. At the same token, Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge the great leaders in our communities, the chairpersons and chairlady in the 5 constituencies, my political chairman, Mr. Cull, my office team, who work very hard together with me in ensuring we continue to deliver for the people of my constituency. Madam Speaker, the people have seen the work that has been done. They have seen our commitment to their development. They have not had to imagine the possibilities or wait for the best that was yet to come. Because our people want and deserve representatives that work more and talk less. That is why, Madam Speaker, this government won so resoundingly on March 6. It is as simple as that. But, Madam Speaker, I think it's a lesson, and again, it's a pity that the leader of the opposition is not here and none of his members to this afternoon's debate. But it is a lesson the member from Mesopotamia, the leader of the opposition, will do well to learn. Less talk and more work. Problem with the leader of opposition, Madam Speaker, is that he's all talk and no work. And he cannot help himself. I believe that there's a thing called laziness, and that is in his genes. I remember what an elder of the UDP said of his father, the former Prime Minister: all glitter and no substance. The mango not drop far from the tree. But, Madam Speaker, in 2023, this government, and I will want to highlight a few things from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I ask my colleagues to bear some patience, because there's a lot to discuss. In 2023, Madam Speaker, the government removed all fees for health clinical services in public facilities across the country. And when we say all fees, Madam Speaker, we mean all fees, including surgery, lab, and diagnostic services, and medication, because it is our commitment, and we are determined to ensure total access to quality health care in Belize for everyone. In the northern region, we introduced physiotherapy services at the hospital. This is a much-needed service that complements the recovery and rehabilitation of persons suffering injuries or strokes. We completed the Corozal Community Hospital retrofitting SMART project. This project included an expansion of the accident and emergency unit, providing more comfortable areas for patients and staff, an observation room with a 6-bed capacity, and a trauma room with a 2-bed capacity. In addition to infrastructure, the primary care clinical services were expanded and made accessible to Libertad, the village of San Pedro, and Cristo Rey through the referral system. And these services include specialist care such as obstetrics, internal medicine, orthopedics, nutrition services, and physiotherapy. We added 2 new ambulances to the fleet, and the San Narciso Polyclinic and Sarteneja Health Centers were provided with 2 new 30-kilowatt capacity generators, ensuring proper management of vaccines and electricity backup. In the central region, Madam Speaker, we are proud to inform members of this honorable House, and indeed the nation, that we have just completed the installation of a state-of-the-art 128-slice CT scan at the Carl Huschner Memorial Hospital. And again, it's a pity they are not here. because you have heard them on their media, their main media, criticizing this government of the delay in sourcing and delivery of the CT scan. And of course, for years, KHMH had no CT scan. Under the UDP, they never did deliver any CT scan. And that is the difference, Madam Speaker, between us. We deliver for the people of this country. And I will get into some comments I heard by a good doctor from the private sector later on. Madam Speaker, our flagship tertiary hospital called Krishna Memorial Hospital continues to make significant improvements to enhance and improve delivery of service, both structural and institutional. From repairs to the emergency division to surgical wards, from better stations for nurses to upgrades for staff facilities, the board and management have been engaged in improvements to keep Karl Huschner operating efficiently. And so I really want to commend the chairman and the board of KHMH, who on that board also sit members of the Ministry of Health, in making sure that KHMH is also a priority. As a result of the efforts of the doctors and nurses at KHMH, Madam Speaker, over 2,000 surgeries were performed at Karl Huschner in 2023. Every day, scores of persons arrived at the KHMH with varying degrees of illnesses and are provided with quality service that results in their being healed of various ailments, all thanks to the fine work of the doctors, nurses, and the entire team of managers and support staff. Their successes is often under-celebrated, but on behalf of the Belizean people, I thank the team at KHMH for their outstanding work and pledge the government's commitment to do all possible to aid in the improvement and modernization of the Karl Huschner Memorial Hospital. Madam Speaker, in the Central Region, we also worked on strengthening human resources. I heard the leader of the opposition criticize the lack of human resources, but we have been doing everything possible in this government, in the Ministry of Health, to ensure that we were able to fill many of the vacant posts that were there in those areas. So we filled 36 vacant posts, and these include medical officers, pharmacists, staff nurses, technicians, and support staff. Palliative care has been incorporated as part of our primary care services. Mental health services were strengthened through intersectoral collaboration with other agencies, such as the Department of Human Development, the Police Department, and others. And Madam Speaker, the target groups are homeless persons and drug abusers. And 90% of medications prescribed by doctors were also dispensed. 90% of medication prescribed by doctors were dispensed. There's no such thing as shortage of medication, Madam Speaker. We have turned that thing around. In the Western Health Region, Madam Speaker, we expanded the opening hours of the Belmopan Polyclinic by hiring more doctors. We reopened the occupational therapy program for residents of the Palm Center and a facility which are for persons with mental health disorders. We rolled out the Hearts Initiative to address cardiovascular risk with special emphasis on the treatment for hypertension. Madam Speaker, we continue to make improvements in health facilities in the Stan Creek District, including the retrofitting and upgrade of the Southern Regional Hospital and the Pomona Health Center and with increased mobile services in the south. Through the retrofitting and upgrading of the Punta Gorda Community Hospital, services have been significantly improved. The member for Dangriga just recently visited the Southern Regional Hospital with the Prime Minister. And I am proud to say that the atmosphere, the morale of our staff, our nurses and our doctors have gone to a very high level because they are now working under better conditions under this administration. Madam Speaker, we celebrate as well the first successful implementation of the Cash Plus Nutrition Project, an initiative in collaboration with UNICEF, targeting nutritional needs in school-aged children in rural communities all across the Toledo district. With health, education, and health promotion, critical priorities of the ministry, we work hard to strengthen outreach services to improve primary health care through improved access. In partnership with PAHO, we initiated the Healthy Lifestyle Caravan Initiative countrywide, and today they are in Corozal doing similar activity. We have increased stipends for community health workers from $100 to $500 per month. We have also, Madam Speaker, improved monitoring and evaluation of the Community Health Workers Program. We have restructured and enhanced home visits, and all this is to improve health and wellness across our country. That's a shame. Madam Speaker, we are purchasing new dental chairs and units for 4 health facilities as part of our dental health program. In 2022, 21,422 dental patients were seen, while in 2023, 33,228 patients were seen. We also, Madam Speaker, revised the dental health education curriculum, providing improved training for dentists and dental assistants countrywide. And I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to also highlight the work that I had the privilege of speaking to Dr. Osborne Usher, who has a private dental clinic in Belize City. And he has also, he's working on a very special program where training will be done and is being done with young dentists across the country, something that can also come together with the ministry so we could strengthen dental services and have people living more freer from these effects and have more hygienic and healthy dental conditions. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce that we approved and launched the National Nutrition Policy, which will see us working toward a gradual ban of sugary drinks while promoting healthy foods in schools. Healthy habits, healthy schools, Healthy Belize initiative will ensure that our children eating and growing healthier. We are also promoting wellness in the workplace, Madam Speaker, with our nutrition unit conducting national wellness forums countrywide for public officers and private organizations. These forums were held in all districts and involved nutrition and healthy eating, breastfeeding support in workplaces, wellness activities for workers, tips for mental health, and prevention of substance use. Madam Speaker, the Central Medical Laboratory has improved its testing capacity to screen for the human papillomavirus, as you know, HPV. This is the virus responsible for cervical cancer in women. HPV screening platforms are now present at the Central Laboratory in Belize City and all other district laboratories to detect HPV. The Central Medical Laboratory was validated as well, Madam Speaker, by an international team of experts as being proficient in testing that has contributed to the elimination of the mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis. All regional hospitals have improved the quality of screening of HIV, as Belize is currently embarked in addressing HIV infection in vulnerable groups. The safety in the working environment for laboratory technicians was improved significantly, as Belize had 9 biosafety cabinets certified for the laboratories at 6 of the 7 larger labs. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, through the efforts of our amazing team at the Ministry, Belize received first place in surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases among countries in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. I must big up our people in those areas. We have, Mr. Speaker, the highest proportion of zero-dose children vaccinated, 10.8% in the region of the Americas between 2021 and 2022. And we can report a 7.2% reduction of under 5 deaths, 116 to 125. In addition, there have been 0 under 5 deaths due to preventable diseases. The Ministry has provided mental health training, Mr. Speaker, to over 80 healthcare workers in health facilities and over 100 community health workers in the field. Training of 233 police recruits on the Police and Mental Health Training Manual was conducted on January 11, 2024. We completed and launched the Belize National Suicide Prevention Plan on March 8, 2024, and coordinated the visit of resident psychiatrist Dr. Connor Hutch from Mount Sinai University, New York, who has been providing guidance to the mental health team and providing training for medical officers and nurses on psychiatric emergencies. Mr. Speaker, we received our country certification as malaria-free by the World Health Organization in June 19, 2023. Also, the country is currently 5 years malaria-free, and I think we must big up the people behind the scenes, the Belize Vector Control team, the lab technicians that work behind the scenes, the people that work on the ground, our health professionals across this country, because without them, this would not have been possible, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, the Belize Vector Control Program was awarded and recognized as Malaria Champions of the America 2023 by the Pan American Health Organization in November 3rd, 2023. And we have already, Mr. Speaker, developed a national strategic plan for the prevention of malaria re-establishment 2023-2027. This is a ministry at work. 348 healthcare workers were trained in malaria surveillance, including 112 physicians, 171 nurses, and in tandem with our epidemiology unit. 115 frontline workers were trained in rapid response, case investigation, and outbreak management. Mr. Speaker, on August 15th, the duty of licensing pharmaceutical facilities was transferred from the Licensing and Accreditation Unit to the Drug Inspectorate Unit. And with this shift, the procedures for licensing have improved in turnaround time. This includes receipt of the application by the Drug Inspectorate Unit, inspection of the facility by an assigned drug inspector, and a licensure decision by the newly established Technical Licensing Committee. And through the collaboration with the Belize Police Department, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Legal Counsel, and the Customs and Excise Department, the unit has participated in the successful prosecution of 3 offenders who in 2 separate occasions were found to have various pharmaceuticals in their possession, including antibiotics and substandard and falsified products. These offenders were charged with importing and storing antibiotics without a license. I want to say this publicly, Mr. Speaker, that I fully support our drug inspector unit and their team and her team as we continue to do these type of inspection, because we need to send that message that there shall be no one trying to import falsified or illegal drugs in this country, because we care for the health of our nation. Mr. Speaker, as of November 2023, the unit has also filled all vacant drug inspector positions. So the unit is now fully staffed with 6 drug inspectors and 1 chief drug inspector. There is so much more which gives testimony to the hard work and commitment of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Again, I want to thank our dedicated staff who understand the critical role of our ministry in the development of the nation. The work continues, Mr. Speaker, and we are excited about what lies ahead. Our signature initiative, no doubt, through the great support of our Prime Minister and the visionary leader he is the San Pedro Hospital. Already, development of the plan and for the construction of the San Pedro Hospital has begun. Other development initiatives include the expansion of the Palm Center to create an improved environment for staff and patients. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, we will introduce telehealth, targeting remote areas of the country. We will continue with plans for the construction of the tertiary facility in Belmopan and the construction of a new building for central medical stores, improving our supply chain management. We recently launched our suicide prevention plan, and we are strengthening our project management unit. This, Mr. Speaker, is but a glimpse. This, Madam Speaker, welcome back, is but a glimpse at what we have been able to achieve so far and plan to achieve in the very near future. But of course, Madam Speaker, I cannot let this portion of my presentation conclude without responding to comments and questions raised by the leader of the opposition, who once again proved lack of not only the skills, but the knowledge to hold office in this country. Madam Speaker, while listening to the leader of the opposition, messed up presentation, the mess up representative gave a messed up presentation. Right, mess up. He said that this budget does not reflect anything that will reduce the burden to the Belizean people. What a hogwash. I want to welcome the young people here in the gallery. Good afternoon. Madam Speaker, when this government is rolling out NHI to the rest of the Belize district, including San Pedro and Kikaka, $35 million in this budget for NHI expansion. That is how we ease the burden to our people and making primary care health services accessible to everyone. When we removed all clinical fees, Madam Speaker, from all public facilities across the country, that is how we ease the burden to the Belizean people. You see, Madam Speaker, on this side of this House, we truly care for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, when 12 more secondary schools will benefit from free education through the Education Upliftment Project, this is how we ease the burden to the Belizean people. This, Madam Speaker, is testament to this Prime Minister and this government's commitment to education. When the Prime Minister made his budget presentation and made this announcement, immediately a week after I got a call from the principal of Santa Marta Government School stating that for the first time ever, every standard 6 child that is attending that school are now applying to go on to high school. And they are all applying at Orange Walk Technical High School, Prime Minister, so we might somehow have to give our next building. Because they are really grateful to the fact that that institution will benefit from the rollout of the free education, Madam Speaker. When $3.5 million in investment is provided for in this budget for dialysis treatment, the Leader of the Opposition, and I want to remind the Leader of the Opposition, because when he spoke about that specific line item, he tried to cause aspirations to the Prime Minister, calling other people's name in this House. Aspersions, not aspiration, aspersions, sir. May I remind the Leader of the Opposition that these services are provided by a variety of health providers, such as Healthcare Partners, the Loma Luz, Ramona Linda, and the Carl Huchter Memorial Hospital. So I repeat to him what I said to him last budget. Do not come to this House, Leader of the Opposition, and try to paint a political brush on these very much needed health services, because the hundreds of persons that have benefited from this program are persons across this country, regardless of whatever political persuasion they come from. We do not play politics in health. And if the Leader of Opposition wants to prove that, he could ask any of the other members except for Sister B, because I name Sishi, on that other side, for the support that we have provided to them. Madam Speaker, the procurement, I have to point this out again, the procurement of the 128 slice scanner for the KHMH is a testament to the commitment of this government in providing quality care for our people across this country. The Leader of the Opposition talking about acquiring a CT scan for every region. Let me tell him that when we make decisions at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, when we make decisions by this government, decisions are based on true statistics, true need, and not just jump up like a jack in a box and say we need to do this and do that. So the Leader of the Opposition needs to get it right. And the CEO was very correct in her interview, what I saw last night. is that while we would love to see these diagnostic equipments available across the country, it is just not feasible. We have to, based on the needs and the number of persons that requires those services. And where should we not invest at KHMH? Because that's one of the only referral tertiary hospital in this country where a lot of our Belizean people end up needing the services. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a good and sound investment. He also went on and tried to paint a very bleak picture on KHMH, as if things are going very bad. But let me also point out to the leader of the opposition and to the UDP members that the KHMH, the Carl Huschner Memorial Hospital, has carried successful heart surgery through the cardiac program led by Dr. Adrian Koi. And that, Madam Speaker, speaks volumes for our only tertiary hospital in this country. While the UDP, in their 13 years, all they provided to KHMH was raccoons running all over the building, we deliver the top-notch CT scan for the people of this country. In fact, Madam Speaker, to even continue on that, because he also said that our facilities are run down, I must remind him that under the UDP, they did nothing to upgrade the hospitals. They did nothing to improve on the diagnostics. And just this week, the Prime Minister mentioned it in his budget presentation. And just this week, the consultants from Kabay was meeting with the Carl Huschner Memorial Hospital team and is meeting with the Ministry of Health and Wellness team in the assessment exercise for the 3 areas highlighted in the Prime Minister presentation for Belize City, Orange Walk, and Punta Gorda for future plans for new hospitals in these districts. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition said we need a new lab. Again, I remember when I first walked into the lab and I said, wow, this is the one I left on you. Let me remind the leader of the opposition that when his father was the Prime Minister and the UDP was here for 13 years, they did nothing, absolutely nothing, and my predecessor in the Ministry of Health and can attest to that, to uplift the Central Medical Lab. It is this PUP administration, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, that has secured $645,000 US through the European Union and support of PAHO, which will see the renovation of the entire Central Medical Lab. And this, Madam Speaker, commences in the next 3 weeks. They talk, we work. Madam Speaker, but while we had to ensure that we have the plans to renovate the CML, we continued in upgrading the lab with many new services. We have gene export machines at every district in our country. Lab services have been improved in genosequencing, microbiology, serology, and chemistry. We have introduced, as I mentioned earlier, the HPV vaccines, which will reduce cervical cancer incidence. And, Madam Speaker, we also received the gold standard PCR machine, which is being installed this week. The leader of the opposition also, Madam Speaker, said he wanted to know where the $4 million being allocated for capital improvement of building and facilities. So let me educate the leader of the opposition and the members of his party. That 4 million, Madam Speaker, has a varying list of things that we have planned under those monies. One of them is the pediatric ward project for the Northern Regional Hospital, which we are working in conjunction with the Rotary Club of Belize. The retrofit of the Placencia Health Center, converting it into doctors' quarters, since the services will now be moved to the new state-of-the-art Placencia Polyclinic. So, my colleague from Stan Creek West, we have heard the cry of the people in Placencia, where we are going to work to ensure that the Placencia Health Center is converted to doctors' quarters, so we don't have to pay those heavy rent, and we could have one doctor on the peninsula at all times. Including, Madam Speaker, there is the works that will be done on the Corazon Creek Health Post, the Santa Ana Satellite Clinic, the San Pedro Colombia Health Center, the Big Falls Health Center, the construction of a new Hopkins Health Center, Mascal Health Center, and autoclaves for Punta Gorda and Corozal Community Hospital, which have already been procured and pending installation. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition also questioned the tender process. But let me say this. All our procurement processes are managed and run by professional men and women, among who are outstanding members of the public service. So when the member from Mesopotamia casts aspersions, he is bringing into question the integrity of these hard-working public officers. The messed up representative also asked for information on supplies, and I am amazed that he would even go there. His father's administration, Madam Speaker, had members of his cabinet, CEOs appointed by the UDP, and close cronies bring inferior medication in this country of Belize. We had to destroy containers worth millions of dollars of medicines bought with taxpayers' dollars that were stored in containers at the BDF camp that were unfit for Belizeans to use. Shame on them, and shame on him to try and come and bring up that kind of question under this administration. We, on the other hand, have worked with PAHO and other reputable institutions to help us with standards and upgrades. For 13 years, the UDP administration managed a health system that was neglected and abandoned. We will never forget, Madam Speaker, I'll never forget the 13 babies who died because of their abandonment of Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital. We will never forget how they lost a state-of-the-art hospital for the people of Belmopan. We will build the tertiary hospital for the people of Belmopan. We will never forget morgues breaking down all over the country. In 3 years, Madam Speaker, we have cleaned up the mess they left behind. We are improving the health system, and for that, we celebrate our work and the results that I have outlined in my presentation earlier. If I could now turn, Madam Speaker, to my constituency, and I'm winding up, Orinjoa East, because that is the reason why I am here today. Working with the good people of Orinjoa East and for the good people of Orinjoa East, we have kept firm to Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. We are addressing the needs and priorities of residents of all communities in Orinjoa East. We have had, Madam Speaker, the constant support and assistance in education to students all across the constituency. We have also ensured that our social program across the constituency is strong, providing assistance to the needy, to the elderly, to the disabled, to the sick. Madam Speaker, just as my previous colleagues have mentioned, land is always a priority because our communities are always growing, and the generations coming along also want land for their own to develop, to build their homes, to farm, to provide for their families. As we speak, I want to thank our Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Natural Resources, because as we speak, Madam Speaker, over 500 residential lots are being surveyed, which will be distributed to first-time landowners in Orange Walk East. Additionally, we have issued land titles and purchase prices, including permission to surveys, to over 300 residents of the constituency. Madam Speaker, in Orange Walk East, we are making quality of life a big priority, among which infrastructure is important. In my 3 years representing the great people of this constituency, we have paved together, working with our great Mayor, Ladrick Shepherd, and his team at the Council, with the government, and with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development. In the East alone, we have paved over 30 streets in our community in the town. In addition to our ongoing street upgrade campaign, we have also focused on drainage in flood-prone communities like Carmelita and have installed culverts where needed. The main streets in Carmelita and Santa Marta have been rehabilitated, and we continue to push and ask the Ministry of Infrastructure to assist us in ensuring that those roads continue to be upgraded. Madam Speaker, it also gives me great pleasure that through my Constituency Development Fund and with support, we are going to push for the paving of the 2 main roads in San Jose, Nuevo Palmar. And I can happily report to the Belizean people today that that long-awaited dream, that long-awaited imagination that was promised by the UDPs, the Chan Pine Ridge Road, 2.2 miles of road, the paving has already commenced, and we are on the way to see a promise come to fruition, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Ministry, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Infrastructure for making this great achievement for the people of Chan Pine Ridge. Madam Speaker, a focus of my work as representative has also been in health. There have been continuous medical clinics in the communities of Orange Walk East. And in May 2023, we inaugurated a health center in Santa Marta. Through the support of my colleague, the Minister for Public Utilities and E-Governance, Digital Connect Centers, which is essential in ensuring that our people are not left behind, have been installed. These digital centers, Madam Speaker, offer high-speed internet, computers, digital devices, and resources to residents of communities free of cost. And therefore, the people of Santa Marta, Carmelita, Palmar, and the people of Chan Pine Ridge will also benefit shortly in those ones. Again, Madam Speaker, I turn to the village of Tower Hill, a very small community. The people of Tower Hill have always been relying on the Carmelita rudimentary water system. But Carmelita village alone has outgrown itself and outgrown the water system. And so the people of Tower Hill have been punishing and have been calling out for help, and we have listened to them. And I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Rural Transformation, the member from Toledo West, for his support, and together with the Constituency Development Fund, a new water system has been constructed in Tower Hill, and we are now just waiting on the electricity to be connected, and the people of Tower Hill will have their own water board and their own water system. That is delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Continuously, with the support of the Attorney General's Office, we have also ensured that vital statistics clinics and the recent amnesty clinics that have been held in our constituency, in the town and the district, is also something that has benefited our Belizean people and our citizens of Orange Walk East. As a representative, Madam Speaker, I've always believed in sports because it's healthy recreation, which also provides discipline and a sense of teamwork to our people. I have supported and will continue to support 5 major annual tournaments, including the yearly Mundialito and the Orange Walk East Cup. This year, we're hoping to ensure that the East Cup and the Mundialito is even bigger and better. Madam Speaker, we in Orange Walk East are staying on track. I have worked tirelessly for and with the people who I believe represent the best in this country. As such, all I have done and it has been an honor, but more so a labor of love. I make no apology for my passion for serving our people, and I reaffirm my commitment to keep working hard every single day for my people and for this nation. While the leader of the MESOP representative is all about talk, I will put my effort and energy into work. And for sure, my work has paid off for the people of Orange Walk East. And all across Belizeans rejected the UDP, rejected the member of MESOP and in this recent election. Madam Speaker, the people of Orange Walk East are grateful for all the work that our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, and his cabinet, and so they are staying on track. Because we want to keep moving forward, I fully support the General Revenue and Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024-2025 and invite those on the other side to get on track by supporting this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby rise to express my support. Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, and a representative of Orange Walk Central, for a powerful presentation on the strides made and a path forged ahead for our beloved nation through the national budget. The diligent work of this administration proves that the budget is more than a financial plan. It is a manifestation of our unwavering commitment to the well-being of the people and prosperity of our country. Now, Madam Speaker, I know that around this time of the day, fatigue is setting in. Rightfully so, from the influx of so much information that we are processing. But in the case of some, on the other side, there isn't even energy to show it up. But all things considered, I'll be brief. But before I delve into the intricacies of the work and accomplishments of this government, allow me to take a moment to acknowledge the people, the beautiful people of Belize Rural South. I am extremely privileged and humbled to continue to enjoy the vote of confidence of the hard-working and resilient citizens of Ambergris Key and Kikaka. Their resolute commitment to progress is especially evident through their recent re-election of the San Pedro Town Council, a testament to the strength of our partnership and the people's acknowledgement of their determination to avoid reverting to those days of lame promises and misspending as it was so many years ago. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate here in this honorable house the landslide victory of the San Pedro Town Council, the San Pedro PUP Town Council, Mayor Wally and his council. I congratulate them. Madam Speaker, it is well known, and although I acknowledge here my colleague on the left right here, the Minister of Health, Honorable Member from Marine Drive East, the hospital, it is well known, and I have to repeat, and we have to reiterate the importance. It is well known that the cornerstone of our commitment lies in a transformative $33 million general hospital earmarked for San Pedro and Kikaka. This state-of-the-art facilities, coupled with the rollout of the National Health Insurance in June, represents a monumental leap forward in healthcare accessibility and quality services for our citizens. No longer will our people suffer in silence. Instead, they will have access to comprehensive medical services regardless of their background. So although I heard the leader, or we all heard the leader of the opposition, the member from Mesopotamia, in his opinion, that the hospital is a political electioneering. The leader of the opposition needs to know and be reminded, Madam Speaker, that back in those 13 years, all that UDP did in Belize South were just false hopes and false promises, especially when elections were nearby. Then we talk about political electioneering. That is what really goes, and it never materialized. Now, with this government, in just less than 3 years, it's a go for Belize South and it's a go for San Pedro and Kikaka. So, for the leader of the opposition to be saying this, I want to remind him as well that he has as much support in this sentiment as he did from the people of Belize South during the protest last year of the investment summit. There was a protest, but yet none of those present or any of the residents of Belize South. That is how much support he got from his side here. Let him be reminded, Madam Speaker, that there is no need for electioneering when this administration had long-last elections like a racehorse that never left the starting line. But nonetheless, I am inviting him to visit the site of the new hospital where we're starting our way to build. I invite him and be more than happy to give him a tour of it. I also heard that he was questioning how it will be staffed, from where and how. He forgets Fui Bolido now, of course, Fui Bolido. Also, I am sure his questioning was in regard to financing and the talent. But we have a pool of knowledgeable and trained Belizeans which are more than up to the task. So when the time gets there, I will also invite him to visit the people who take up the honor to serve their community in their daily lives through the healthcare system. I tip my hats and respect to them. Madam Speaker, of course, our vision for Belize South extends beyond the confines of healthcare, which of course it is important. Health is wealth, but of course it encompasses Belize South. It encompasses the vibrant tapestry of our tourism sector, which serves as one of the pillars to our economy. Preliminary estimates of visits to the destinations in Belize show that 30% are to San Pedro and 12% to Kikaka. Together, that is a whopping 42%, close to half of this country's total visits. The recent surge in tourism and economic activities in San Pedro and Kikaka is a testament to the resilience of our communities and the success of our sustainable tourism initiatives. Madam Speaker, I want to take time out here as well to thank my colleague and brother, the member from Pigstop, Minister Anthony Mala. I want to thank him as well. Thanks that he continues to visit San Pedro and Kikakar. Just recently he went to visit, and I want to thank him on behalf of Belize Royal for the work that he does. And I want to start off first with Kikakar. How beautiful the Tarapon Center has been left behind. I'm inviting everyone, Madam Speaker, it's a beautiful Tarapon visitation center on the western side of Kikakar. It is ready for this Easter. It's a must visit. Thanks again to BTB and the Ministry of Tourism and Minister Mala. As well, we had the minister visiting us in San Pedro, and we did a tour. And of course, he has promised, and we are already starting the work, that we look forward to the new artisanal market that will be built in San Pedro for the people there who have their market there. They deserve better because the place we're at right now is inadequate. And we will do and build a better one for them. Thanks again to the Ministry of Tourism. Also, coming along very soon, already the plans in these coming weeks after the Easter is the paving of 1 mile in the Secret Beach area. Done again courtesy of the Ministry of Tourism as well. So thank again to the Minister of Tourism. And of course, with the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Civil Aviation, they work together to, of course, to increase the flights to Belize. And we all know that we are witnessing record tourist arrivals at the PGIA. Just between January and February of this year, we have seen a 19% increase over the pre-COVID figures in 2019. Of course, this is very good news for the hardworking people of Belize Royal South who dedicate their lives to providing the best tourism services and products to our visitors who keep returning to our country for more. Madam Speaker, our commitment to have vision and foresee the needs of Belize does not escape us. Enhancing infrastructure and essential services knows no bounds as we improve the infrastructure of civil aviation in Belize. We have seen, of course, the acquisition of Belize's first ever primary surveillance radar, the upgrading of our air traffic control centers, as well as the expansion of the PGIA. So, our investments are laying the foundation for sustainable growth and development, ensuring that our islands remain connected to the world. Madam Speaker, of course, especially in the islands of Kikakar and San Pedro and all the other islands of this country, and like Belize as well, all over, water is essential, vital, especially in the islands. So the tourism numbers signaled to this government a long time ago, Madam Speaker, that we need to be proactive in our investments to meet the growing tourism demands. So through strategic partnership with Belize Water Services, we're expanding access to clean and reliable water, ensuring supply to meet those demands and provide a lifeline to communities in need. So recently, BWS invested $6 million in San Pedro and $1.5 million, Belize dollars of course, in Kikakar to commission new seawater reverse osmosis plants. With this investment, BWS will double its production capacity from 600,000 gallons to 1.2 million gallons per day in San Pedro, and from 190,000 gallons to 300,000 gallons per day in Kikakar. This, of course, will allow for production with a surplus of almost 40% of the current demand and over 60% of that for San Pedro and Kikakar, respectively. Madam Speaker, I can proudly say, and happy to say and report that Kikakar and San Pedro were safe for the Easter holidays, enough water. Thanks again, Minister Shabate again with his ministry doing the work, Honorable Brother. Thank you. On top of that, Belize Water Service is building a new 1 million gallon tank storage in San Pedro to meet up with the high demand with tourism. Gone are the days where you must wait for an imminent catastrophe, you know, the knee-jerk reaction, government, that we must wait for an imminent catastrophe for us to act. We are taking action now. Continued plans as well for the expansion of the water network system in the marginalized areas of San Pedro to supply especially the areas of San Mateo and South San Pedro. Plans for Kikakar as well also include building a water plant and a seawater intake, a multi-year project set to begin this 2024-2025, which will secure water supply in Kikakar for at least the next coming 20 years. Together, we are looking at an investment of $9 million Belize, and it is one that is absolutely crucial and critical for us. Critical as well, Madam Speaker, electricity is also something very important and vital in the Belize South as it relates to tourism. In Kikakar alone, this village is already consuming somewhere around 2.5 megawatts of electricity, and BEL has informed us that they already have enough energy there to supply as much as 4 megawatts, and they are prepared as we begin for the peak season of the Easter holidays. So again, we thank BEL for providing that and providing with new generators there to be able to take care of this and for the next coming years. In San Pedro as well, by the end of May, a new gas turbine diesel generator will be commissioned that will be producing an additional 15 megawatts of energy. That is also as it gives ways for the installation of the underwater cable that should be running from the south of Amburgiski to Kikakar. So in the meanwhile, BEL is installing a gas turbine to provide the additional energy that is needed for the meeting demands of San Pedro and Kikakar. Madam Speaker, as well, in the midst of our progress, we cannot neglect the challenges posed by climate change. We all know climate change is real and our government recognizes it. The rising sea levels, relentless sargassum, and coastal erosion threaten to destabilize our way of life in the Keys. However, through this, we must stand united, and united we are, armed with proactive solutions for a sustainable development of our marine spaces. Proactive solutions like that of the Holchan Marine Reserve's work that they're doing and its close operations and collaborative work with the Fisheries Department. Recently, the Holchan Marine Reserve has embarked on one of the most ambitious projects to subdue the ramifications of sargassum by procuring for the first time, and we all be seeing it, machinery and equipment to set to arrive the first week of April. 2 harvesters are coming in together with barriers that will capture the sargassum coming through the channels in our barrier reef without causing environmental damage. Yes, Madam Speaker, and that is going to be something very innovative. And the plan is to capture the sargassum before it can arrive to our beaches. This will be carried out, of course, in conjunction with the San Pedro Town Council, which will see to ensuring proper removal and disposal of the material. This entire project, which has a cost of $3.5 million, will be funded by Holchan Marine Reserve, which is a perfect example of government and community working and using the people's money prudently. Another cutting-edge project that is coming on board in the next couple of weeks, again a collaborative effort with the San Pedro Town Council, we are embarking on the comprehensive beach rehabilitation San Pedro Town, and the efforts to begin shortly, right after the Easter holidays. The plan is to extend the beach rehabilitation from the area of Boca del Rio by the bridge to cover all the way downtown and extend just past Ramon's village. This is roughly, Madam Speaker, just over a mile in beach rehabilitation, but it is important, vital for tourism. So we are committed to safeguarding our islands and ensuring its resilience in a time of environmental upheaval. Madam Speaker, also to complement the safeguarding our islands and through the efforts of its dedicated rangers, Holchan has also extended the surveillance and enforcement to Kikakar and Bacalar Chico Reserve. And of course, this is a result of a co-management agreement with the Fisheries Department. They dedicate, and I commend them, both departments, the Fisheries Department and Holchan Marine Reserve, which dedicate their time to protect our marine life and fellow Belizeans alike. Madam Speaker, also, we speak about in the grandeur of our achievements. Let us not forget the individuals who we really serve. I want to take a time to share a story here, Madam Speaker. Take, for instance, a San Pedro resident, while in the campaign trail, burdened by 12, she shared a story, burdened by 12 years of neglect where she was living, or still living. During a visit, she shared that for 3 generations, her area had no streets, no light, and no water. However, we saw that her resilience could not go unnoticed, and she herself had installed some poles with solar power lights, and she ran some electrical wires to her home by the grace of a kind neighbor, good people in San Pedro. So we set out along with the town council to help out her and committed to assist with the roads, which would then allow for BEL and BWSL to run power lines and water. In the midst of doing this work, unfortunately, we encountered a setback when one of our service trucks accidentally brought down all her wirings and all her solar lights came down. You could imagine her disappointment, her frustration. So we knew for sure that in these elections, you lose support, people get upset, you're trying to help and you make it worse for them. But we made the commitment, and we intended to keep it. Ultimately, we installed back our lights, and we fixed the streets. And to our surprise, after elections, Madam Speaker, I was pleasantly surprised. I received a congratulatory message saying we had won. We have won, and herself included. Despite challenges, her support serves as a poignant reminder of the profound impact of our work. She had seen firsthand, Madam Speaker, the great collaborative work when the area representative and the town council work together. Many things can happen and good things happen. This is her story. This is the story of many others. As the streets of San Pedro continue to be paved, the beaches soon to be rehabilitated, things are happening there, Madam Speaker. Things are happening in Kikaka, things are happening in San Pedro. Madam Speaker, as I winding up my speech, I'm trying to be as brief as possible. Please allow me to speak candidly. All this to say that it is an honor to stand here today to have a platform to take accountability for the achievements I have shared, but also to publicly accept the weight of responsibility for my actions that have caused disappointment. Madam Speaker, you know when you're down, it is the faith that the people around you, that your community has in you, that reminds you to do better. One thing I have learned from listening to the people is that, see, parliament debates are for the capital and for the media outlets to highlight parts that can be and will be sensationalized. When really, to the people, our work speaks for itself and speaks to those who matter the most. In my case, the people of Belize Royal South. And I am immensely grateful to them. Madam Speaker, and they see it, and they see it. My office is always open and will be open to everyone to serve the people, to continue the work for them all. And there is no better way, Madam Speaker, that the people see that our commitments shine through than through this budget presented by our leader, our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño. A budget which does not speak about taxes and cutbacks. It speaks of increases, new priorities, new investments, new programs, and greater advancements of our planned Belize commitments. There is continued progress through the boom of the tourism industry, introduction of health and social services, new schools, especially the schools right now, but we have free tuition and everything included, thanks to the Minister of Education, and recreational activities for our young people throughout the country. The rate of violence is down, and the people of San Pedro and Kikaka finally finally, after 18 years, have a government that returns investments on the contributions they make to this country. As such, Madam Speaker, this 2024-25 budget has the support of Belize Rural South and my full support without any reservations. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo Central.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this General Revenue Appropriation 2024-2025 bill. Firstly, I thank God for this great opportunity for me to be here today, and also in this honorable house, for which in the same time I'm thanking the wonderful people of Cayo Central who gave me the mandate to represent them in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, I just want to, before I go into the details of my presentation, to remember my origins as a citizen and as a resident of Belize. As a descendant of the first inhabitants in the Americas, specifically Belize, my surname is difficult for people to pronounce, but it means jaguar home in Maya, which is Balum Nah. Yesterday, I heard the leader of the opposition mispronounce my name. I forgive him. He may not know better. You pronounce it as Balum Nah. And also, with your permission, Madam Speaker, I would like to greet those who speak my native language in the Yucatec. Upe maaluking titulaklish, tawikinish, daktu maalubila tanalish. Kinsaik yaba Dios botik to nohoch kanili to chakiyan taway tani titish. I thank you. I thank the good Lord for allowing me to be here to represent you all. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I want to refer to my notes. I wish to thank my colleagues from this side of the House, Madam Speaker, in the absence of those from the other side, for making it possible for me to serve my constituents of Cayo Central. It is not easy, it is challenging, but with their support, I can happily say, Madam Speaker, that we are getting the work done in Cayo Central. Thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister for his continued support through the Constituency Development Fund, enabling us to fund various projects which we continue to undergo in Cayo Central. I would like to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing for the great assistance in the rehabilitation of the Yalbac Road from Los Tambos to Buena Vista through La Gracia, making it trafficable at any time of the year, providing our farmers with the necessary road to take out their magnificent tasty, and healthy vegetables and fruits, which they labor hard on their farms in the hills of the Yalbak area. Madam Speaker, it is necessary for me to remind Belizeans that on November 12, 2020, along with the support from the police department, we were able to retrieve road equipment from that area. Unfortunately, the equipment were not being engaged on rehabilitating the public roads for our farmers, but as the operators had confessed, were being utilized to develop private properties of former area representative. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the recipients of 10 starter homes delivered last year to well-deserving single mothers and needy families in Cayo Central, I would like to express a heartfelt thank you to the member of Cayo South and his Ministry of Housing for creating a lifetime change in the lives of these recipients. Like he mentioned earlier today, Madam Speaker, you need to be present to feel that impact that these people are receiving in their lives. Some of them, they have tears running on their cheeks, and that is okay, because that shows the gratitude coming from the bottom of their hearts. Thanks to Plan Belize, we are delivering to our people in Cayo Central. Moreover, Madam Speaker, another 6 applications have been approved and constructions will be starting in the upcoming weeks on these 6 homes for well-deserving, again, single mothers and needy in Cayo Central. Madam Speaker, at least one of these homes have started to make their additions to another bedroom. Yesterday, the leader of the opposition and his colleagues over there said, so the person never need make you build them a house. It just reminds me of the dry season in the Makal River below the wooden bridge. Very shallow mindedness. We teach the people how to fish in Cayo Central. We equip them with the means of them enhancing their lives, of them expanding their homes, meeting the criteria of these low-income homes. One of them is being able to build on a private property. That enables them to mortgage their home and get more funding to expand their homes. This is what we are doing for our people in Cayo Central through Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, we continue to work and deliver for our people in Cayo Central. There is a saying which goes, patience is not the length of time you wait, but it is your attitude and your behavior while you wait. Madam Speaker, I always look at the glass half full while I wait my turn for the equipment from the MIDH to arrive in Cayo Central. And thankfully, Madam Speaker, I always get a positive response, even though it takes a little longer than I expect. And sometimes I get my constituents behind me and say, man, when are they coming? But they do come. And so we continue working in infrastructure in Cayo Central, building more homes for our people. Madam Speaker, I have also received confirmation from the CEO of the MIDH for much needed rehabilitation of streets and farm roads in the Cayo Central constituency to take place within the upcoming weeks. So those farmers who are listening out there, we have had the confirmation and we are getting the equipment shortly. Just bear with us a few more days and we will be there to ensure that we work on those roads for you to bring out your vegetables to the market fresh without being bruised. Also, the MIDH has committed to the rehabilitation of 2 bridges in the villages of Selena and San Marcos. These bridges are on the last days of their service to the communities. When it rains in the rainy season, they get flooded and leave our communities behind them, isolated from the rest of the Cayo Central, of the constituency. So we will be working through the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing to rehabilitate and to replace one of these bridges in the upcoming months, Madam Speaker. In Santa Elena, works continue until the completion of the concreting of New Haven Street, Hillview Street, and Santa Maria Streets. A lot of people say election came and it will not be completed. But I wish to say, Madam Speaker, I have the commitment from the Ministry of Infrastructure that these streets will be completed for the residents of Santa Elena town. We look at key areas, Madam Speaker. Santa Maria Street leads to the hill of Santa Cruz, where residents live up on that area, where even the utility companies don't want to come and service our clients. So with this hill being concreted, we should have no excuse from these utility companies to come and service the residents in the area. Also, we believe in the safety of our residents, especially the students while they go to school from home and to their homes. So we looked at the importance of creating a safe sidewalk for the students at the Eden High School. And that project will be completed as well. It has been started and it will soon be completed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through the support of the Minister responsible for education, we have been able to assist hundreds of students once again throughout 2023. We help them in all levels, Madam Speaker, from primary to tertiary. Also, I have met with the Minister of Education, and the Cristo Rey Village School is nearing completion, and we are hoping and we are aiming to have the students of Cristo Rey Village enjoy the comfort and the safety of a new structure in the upcoming school year, Madam Speaker. So kudos to the Minister of Education and his team for their hard work and the support to Cayo Central. Again, I turn to my left and I see the giant from Toledo West. And I thank you, Minister Rakena, for your continued support in our rural areas of Cayo Central. We are able to receive assistance for the upgrade of the Georgeville water system. We received water meters, pipes, and fittings for replacing small distribution lines to appropriate sizes so that we have proper distribution to the higher areas of the village. Madam Speaker, we have also received assistance for rehabilitation and upgrade of the Cristo Rey village and San Marcos water systems. We have organized and will be undergoing these projects as soon as this weekend and continue until we have completed these projects. A big thank you to the Ministry of Rural Transformation. Madam Speaker, I want to express a heartfelt thank you to the member from Pickstock for his continued support in my constituency. Last year, we received assistance in the rehabilitation of the San Antonio Police Station. We have lately received commitment from the Ministry of Tourism for the development of a long-awaited Santa Elena River Park, which will provide a family-oriented atmosphere and at the same time provide an opportunity for small entrepreneurs who are engaged in cottage industry and the food business. Amidst controversy from, again, shallow-minded people who call themselves leaders, this project will be executed. We have started and we will go until it is completed, Madam Speaker. In June 2023, we held a mobile land clinic, and thanks to the member from Lake Independence, the Deputy Prime Minister, and his able team, we were able to attend to approximately 600 instruments of land documentation, of which we have received approximately 500 results. Even though a lot of people say not much is being done, those recipients of these land documentations are very grateful to the Department of Lands and the minister responsible for that department. But that is not all, Madam Speaker. We have managed to acquire 2 parcels of land for which the subdivisions are being completed, and we will soon be distributing approximately 300 house lots in Georgeville and Santa Elena to deserving first-time landowners within a few days. So we are delivering as we had promised in Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. It does not end there. We are working on subdivisions for first-time landowners in the villages of Cristo Rey, San Antonio, El Progreso, and Selena, and hoping to get some land in the other villages so we can give our young people who are first-time landowners, Madam Speaker. As not all those who need a home can meet the criteria for the starter homes, some of them exceed those criteria, Madam Speaker. So I'm working on a housing project partnering with private investors and low-interest financial institutions aiming to provide 30 to 50 two-bedroom houses to applicants who qualify through the financial institutions. So we're not looking only at the low income, but we want to also assist those who can afford something more sizable for their families through financial institutions. Madam Speaker, I have secured a property title in the name of Ministry of Home Affairs for a state-of-art police station for Santa Elena Town, which is presently in the design stage and will be placed for bidding for its construction very soon. Thanks to the member for Caribbean Shores for his support in lobbying for the funding of this project to be made possible through CABE. Madam Speaker, thanks to the member from Belize Rural Central for contributing with the grocery bags, which served well in assisting especially the elderly and the neediest in our entire Cayo Central constituency. Madam Speaker, thanks to the member from Orange Walk South for his continued support to the farmers in the major industries of our country. And we hope and expect also the same to be for the small farmers who set the dinner table for every home in our country. We have heard that the exportation of products being sent to Central America, and while visiting El Salvador, I was able to have confirmation from the residents in El Salvador of our products reaching their homes all the way from the hills of Yalbak. You know, I am very proud to be representing those small farmers who work hard every day to set our dinner tables for us. Madam Speaker, I believe that sports is a positive alternative for our youth in this country. Last year, we hosted our Cayo Central Football Cup, in which teams from across the constituency participated fully. Once more, thanks to the MIDH for their continued support and assistance in the maintenance of the Peter August Stadium, which proudly hosts major horse races, drawing participants and spectators from all corners of our country. And we continue working in improving the facility so that it becomes better, and our plans are to work on creating a roof over the bleachers so that our spectators can enjoy the races in a better comfort during the race. Madam Speaker, in this 2024-2025 General Appropriation Bill, it is promising for the continuation of the major projects I have highlighted earlier in my presentation. And I know that the intelligent and humble people of Cayo Central support this bill. I have my full support for this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Yaba Dios Botik, Titulaka.
Members, I'll ask for a brief suspension so that we can just adjust the nameplate for the member from Belize Rural North. I'm hoping with renovations to come, we will no longer have to be doing that. The House is suspended for a few minutes. Thank you. I recognize the member for Belize Rural North.
Madam Speaker, with gratitude to our Creator, I rise today on behalf of and with the industrious and productive people of Belize Rural North to lend our full support to the Revenue and Expenditure Appropriation Bill 2024-2025. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I would like to refer to my prepared notes.
1 second, member. Let us just check the audio.
Madam Speaker, over the past year, with the support of the 2023-2024 budget, we continued the overall development of Belize Rural North. Allow me to first acknowledge the assistance I have received from my immediate family, my wife, my sons, my extended family, the BRN PUP Executive Committee, and leadership team from the 25 villages, over 160 of them, Madam Speaker. Wish I could name them one by one, because they have all made 2023-2024 another successful year serving the good people of Belize Rural North. I must also acknowledge the ministers, CEOs, and public servants of the various ministries. Those of us from BRN are extremely happy with the service we have received from each and every ministry. Madam Speaker, thanks to the support of Plan Belize and our Prime Minister, we continue to make great strides to bring positive progress and development to BRN and to better the lives and living conditions of our people. I will endeavor at this time to highlight some of the major accomplishments Plan Belize has brought to BRN. Madam Speaker, as I sat in my living room night after night, I listened and watched the slandering by what I would consider are educated UDPs, saying that the PUPs has done nothing for this country and that the PUP is bad for Belize. I am glad, Madam Speaker, that in the 2020 general election, then in 2021 municipal, then in 2022 village councils, and again in 2024 municipal, the people of this country has proven to the lying and dishonest UDPs that they are no fools. They stayed on track. 2025 will remain on track with John Briceño and the PUP. March 6th proved to that worthless, lying bunch that their games of trickery and misinformation has had no effect on this nation. Our people is wise and know that the PUP is good for Belize. It is the PUP that has built and will continue to build Belize. Madam Speaker, for years that sat over there talk and talk and talk. They said that they would raise and pave the Cookie Tree Road for over 1,000 residents. They simply imagined the possibility of that road being addressed. Thanks to Honorable John Briceño, Honorable Julius Espat, CEO Victor Espat, and a government that works, the Cookie Tree Road is now raised and paved. While that bunch talk, we work. Over the weekend, thousands of Belizeans will travel to Cookie Tree for the Tilapia Fest on Saturday. and of course, buy cashew seed and special deals. Madam Speaker, we have also addressed the Blackburn Road for the cattle farmers and will continue to do so in the new budget. Crooked Tree villagers via the Water Board also received support of over $10,000 in pipe for expansion. In reviewing the 9 villages on the old Northern Highway, Madam Speaker, I proudly support this new budget as it includes the paving of the Lucky Strike to Maskell, a long-time promise of the UDP, and clear the land that they were never able to deliver on. This investment adds to over $750,000 that was invested in the resurfacing of the 3 miles of Bomba Road. Last year's budget also saw the upgrade of Crossalito Road and the Spanish Town Road in Maskell. Clear the land and the UDP talk. PUP delivers. Plan Belize works. The Maskell basketball court was also renovated and lights upgrade to the football field. In Bomba, just last week we saw the groundbreaking of a new pier to support economic activity to come soon to villages from the sales and vegetables for the farmers and tourists from San Pedro coming to Altonha or Lamanai, the shortcut route from San Pedro to mainland. Belize Rural North will stay on track, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this budget year, we also secured much needed funds for the community and hurricane shelter for Boston Village. Now to the River Valley area, Madam Speaker. 9 villages, Barrel Boom, Torancho, Dolores, and all villages in between, or on the banks. This past budget year saw the launch of this government's largest housing project to date in Barrel Boom, Blackberry Ridge Estate. This project, which saw the completion and subsequent distribution of 50 starter homes built in Barrel Boom, is a testament to the executive of Plan Belize. So many deserving families from the Belize River Valley and Belize Rural North were successful applicants, and so much more to come. If you have driven there recently, you would note that Phase 2 is almost completed. More deserving Belizeans getting access to their own homes. Thanks again, Plan Belize. Stay on track. Madam Speaker, the River Valley saw some major roads upgrades and maintenance work with good material that will hold up during the rainy season. Trucking these materials from the Western Highway is an expensive venture, but I am happy that MIDH is committed to long-term solutions. In addition, 2 board bridges were replaced in Flowers Bank, and as we speak today, another bridge is being replaced in Lemonal. New bleachers, a sailboat, and scoreboat were constructed at the Flowers Bank community field due to the major damage from Hurricane Lisa. Further up, Madam Speaker, Bermuda Landing saw new bathrooms and sales booth facilities built for their community ground. The primary school in Bermuda Landing also got new classrooms, a kitchen that has been completed. Just a couple of miles up the road, the Doublehead Cabbage Primary School has a new roof after completely damaged from Hurricane Lisa. We also did major works at the Doublehead Community Center to host the students while the school was being renovated and on the grounds with lighting for night sports. We did not leave any of our community without sharing the love. After all, Madam Speaker, everybody should win. We shared the Plan Belize love, Madam Speaker. Anyone who has driven through Sand Hill cannot help but marvel at the massive investment that has taken place on the Sand Hill community grounds. This community ground is now lit at night with over 20 LED lights, allowing for all sports to be played at night. Bleachers have been built with covering and a softball backdrop and enchantment to the football field. Quite a bit has been done with our development funds and those who generously donated to the BRN family in 2023-2024. Let me list a few, not in a particular order, Madam Speaker. We donated $10,000 worth of equipment to the various cricket teams throughout BRN. We also donate annually to the Cricket Association. Cricket is king in Belize River Valley, and we love and respect all players, fans, and the members of the association. We hosted our first female softball off-season tournament along with the first ever co-ed softball tournament in Belize Rural North. We donated 3 motorcycles to the police formation in BRN. We sponsored both the Leals Cup and basketball tournament. We supported the Flowers Bank Day, Cashew Fest, Tilapia Fest, Fire Heart Festival, and horse racing events. We built proper bus sheds at both the Sand Hill/Maskell Junction and the Crooked Tree Junction. Madam Speaker, we are working hard for our people in BRN. We continue to assist with our social programs such as education, funerals, food pantry, and health assistance. We constantly assist families with housing materials for home repairs. We do not always have the money, but we are not afraid to host fundraisers to assist our constituents with their medical bills. We love what we do. We were elected not to steal the people's money or on bloated contracts or cheap hustle. We were elected to serve our people, to touch their lives in practical, meaningful ways. We continue to support our people in securing their land documents, and we will very soon begin a massive distribution of land to first-time landowners throughout our division. Madam, I'm not one known for lengthy speaking, so let me wrap up by thanking all our village leaders and villagers in all 25 villages in BRN. Thank you for your willingness to support with Plan Belize. Thank you for your ardent devotion to work for the development of your community. It is your deep commitment that serves as a constant source of motivation for me. I wake up some mornings, Madam Speaker, to find plantains, tomatoes, cucumbers, bananas, and the list goes on at my gate, left there by a constituent from one of BRN's many productive farmers. BRN is nothing but love, and I count it a pleasure and a privilege to serve each and every one of you. In the words of our PM, this budget is underwriting another superb stage of our march to deliver on Plan Belize. And with the guidance of our Creator, we move ever forward as we in BRN stay on track. Madam Speaker, BRN proudly supports this budget. I thank you.
Members, I will ask that we now suspend, and we will resume proceedings tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.